All this stuff in here. It's just amazing where it all came from. But I've collected this stuff since 1953. These lampshades, they came out of the Irvine depot the night before they destroyed the depot. I salvage things like that.
Have you seen this old newspaper article up here on the wall? It's about his railroad. What's the date on it? From the 90s, and there's some great pictures of Andy running his old American up there.
And Larry Sena became president of Santa Fe. He had dinners all over the entire system, and he went to, these were all people, you know, the big shippers and things. They had the tables all set and everything, and there was a cigarette lighter at every one of these, every table. And
Isn't that amazing? Figure that it's engine number 49. I mean, how did that caboose wind up here in your yard?
well, it got here, the easiest way to explain it is mucho dinero.
Yeah.
It picked it up down in New Mexico and it popped it here.
Okay. So you bought it off of, you know, a branch of the Santa Fe somewhere in New Mexico?
No.
No.
A man by the name of Billy Peterson bought it from the Santa Fe and had it, well, it was railed as far as Alamosa.
Okay.
And then it was put on a truck and taken to the property that he had for it, which is over, it's kind of hard to explain, out of Bloomfield, out east of Bloomfield.
Gotcha.
There's a, if you go out east of Bloomfield, there's a roadhouse out there, and it was just across the street from there up on kind of a little mound. And he decided to sell it, and so we bought it. And
1944? Is that the date on it, I think?
No. No, I don't think so. I was only 14 in 1944.
No, I mean, that's when the caboose was built.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
41, I think it was built.
40,
yeah.
Early 40s, okay.
And then it was rebuilt in 69.
And what year did you buy it?
And I can't tell you without looking.
Was it...
About 15 years ago.
Okay, so it was a while after you had moved here.
Oh, yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Huh.
And Philip Walters came over with his backhoe and cleaned out the area to put the ties down on. And Gary Merrifield got me the ties, the standard gauge ties, and those are they were like new, they're beautiful ties. And I had to buy the rail from the railroad, but we spiked it all down, and that's been sitting there all the years that we've had it. It hasn't moved an inch, I tell you.
Why did the trade stop using cabooses?
Oh, in the 88, 89, along in there, 88. See, look, I can't tell you what year it was, but the federal government, through the ICC, or the Federal Railroad Administration, came out with a ruling that no Class 1 railroad could ever use a friction-buried truck anymore. So you had to have roller bearings. You wonder about the caboose. You could sit in a caboose up in a cupola, and you go into a curve, and you could see your train. If you saw smoke coming from a roller bearing, then you could tell the engineer to stop the train. You'd go up there and you'd put out the fire or do whatever it needed to. And if necessary, you'd set the car out on the siding. With roller bearings, you can be going along 70 miles an hour on a train, and all of a sudden, there goes the serve. And that's what causes some of these derailments. There's no way of seeing it. You have no way of knowing. So they developed Fred, and that's a flashing rear end device. It sends a radio signal to the engineer as to the air pressure on the braking system. So the engineer knows that there's brakes at the rear of the train. and that way if you're in the caboose, you couldn't tell if you're going to have a hot box or not anyway. So they just did away with it. And the sad part is this. We're running trains today that are 2 miles long, some of them longer than that. And you go through a hot box detector and it tells you that you got a hot bearing on axle number 365. Well, you got to stop the train and walk back and count your axles from the beginning of the engine all the way back to 365. Or it could be, 1,015 or something. You get back there and you find your hot box or whatever. There's a Fred on the back of that,
I can see it.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever noticed it before.
Yeah.
What is the year this caboose was made?
Around 1940.
Were they still using a caboose that looked a lot like this when you were working for the Santa Fe?
Oh, heavens, yes.
Yeah.
This was rebuilt in 1969.
Okay. Yeah.
In San Bernardino.
Gotcha.
And the thing that's wrong with this caboose is this yellow paint.
Oh, really?
See, it should be green. And Billy Peterson bought the caboose from the Santa Fe in about 85 or so, along in there. Mm-hmm. And they had it moved over into New Mexico. And his wife did not like the green color. So he painted it yellow.
Gotcha.
Now, if you open the cabinet doors, you'll see the green that it
Oh,
should
really?
be. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing to me to think about working in a caboose like this.
Yeah. Mark, if you want to get a good picture, open that second door. And you got.
I didn't know that was in there.
Oh, you didn't?
No. 1955, gee.
Well, I got that when I was on the police department, and Lucile would never ever let me hang it
In the house.
And so I've had it all these years. Well, there's a little story behind this. About 1965, I had to go to Inglewood, California. They had a Cub Scout day. And they had a caboose and a locomotive, both freshly painted and just pristine condition. And that's for the kids to look at and to climb on and do everything like that. Well, there was a working caboose for the local there, and it was sitting over there at the other side of the depot. And one of those little guys went over there and got in there, and he comes to the back of the caboose and goes, "Wow!" And all those kids ran over there, so I had to go see what the heck was going on. I went over there and it had a new calendar in it. And so I had to get rid of the kids and lock up that caboose.
Hold on a
But the
minute.
funny part about it was, of course, I just always thought I had to do it here when I got this caboose.
Oh, that's great.
And if you look at the table there on that desk, have you seen the drawing on there?
I've never noticed that either. What's the story behind the lady on the
I
table?
have no idea. I have no idea. Somebody drew that on the train. See,
Before you got it.
Well, oh yeah, this caboose. There are some records on it that I have here where it ran between L.A. and Kansas City.
Oh. Okay.
In fact, behind you is a picture of it at Daggett, California, outside of Barstow. Now, in 1969, they put a new underframe under this body, with a cushion underframe and roller bearing trucks.
Oh, nice.
No friction bearing trucks, and they took out the coal stove and put in the that burns diesel fuel.
Oh, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it can get hot in here with that. Now,
I bet so.
this lead lamp was never in this caboose. That was one of the first things I ever got in 1953. It was given to me
Wow.
I've had it all these years. It's bright if you ever fire it up. Well, I've fired it up out here.
Have you?
Yeah.
Have to climb through 3 feet of snow though, like I did to get to the barn. I need skis.
Yeah. In 1955, we came here to ride the train the first time. And in those days, you had a caboose, a boxcar in front of the caboose, and then the passenger cars behind. And I got in that caboose with my 4x5 speed graphic, and I rode up there it was past Elk Park when I finally went back to the coach. But I got some real neat pictures from there, and it was kind of interesting because, that was standard in those days. They were a mixed train, and in 1967, the Railroad Chiefs of Police Association had a meeting in Los Angeles, and my big boss, John Hastings from Chicago, they were going to give him some kind of an award, and I was in San Bernardino, and they had me come in so I could take the pictures of John getting his award. And when I got there, there were 2 gentlemen there from Pennsylvania, and they had already made arrangements to give presentations to Marty Milner and Ken McCord as honorary members of the Pennsylvania Peace Officers Association. And so they had me take them, is what it was, because they didn't have any transportation. Got up there to the gate, and they said, well, we're expecting you, but you'll have to go out where they're shooting. And it was, they told me where to go, and we went out there and had a nice visit with them and had that picture taken. And then we had lunch with them and everything, and it was kind of neat. Then we went back to the studio, and they were doing a dragnet thing, and we were there for that for a while. It was kind of an interesting day.
That would be a lot of fun.
Well, what was interesting for me is now Marty Milner and I sat there and talked about old cars, and I was just finishing restoring a 1930 Model A coupe, and he was working on I think a 28 or 29 Rolls Royce, I believe it was. Quite a difference. But at any rate, we really spent a lot of time there visiting. And about 1970, I was now working out of downtown Los Angeles, and I had some photography work to do. And I went down to the photo lab down on Santa Fe Avenue at First Street Yard, and I decided to go to lunch at the restaurant in the superintendent's building there. And I was walking down the street, and there was a station wagon with a movie camera in the back of it and a police car behind it. And I didn't pay any attention, I just walked by it. And as I got out to the rear of that police car, I heard, "Andy, don't you say hello?" And I turned around, it was Marty Milner and Kent McCord, and they were doing stock shots going up and down the street there. And we visited for a little while. Then I had to explain it to all the people on the railroad that saw it. Because when I got done eating, they were going up and down the street, and they were waving to me and hollering by my name.
Nice.
Yeah. And how that man could remember me, who I was for all that time, is just amazing. He must have had a fantastic memory. And it comes in a boxcar, and they unload it at a team track. And all the parts are numbered and everything to put it there. The only thing is people steal half the stuff from.
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're
It's a
talking
cute.
about.
It's really
That is
cute.
one of the best ones ever made.
Oh yeah,
It's
really
it's
terrific.
it's Buster Keaton. I've played.
Is it Buster
Yeah,
Keaton?
I've played for that movie many times. It's a short. It's only about 20 minutes long.
Yeah, it's not very long.
That's one of the best ones ever
Oh
made.
yeah.
It's called 1 Week because they try and build the house in a week.
Yeah.
That's the name of
maybe
it.
that is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
I just don't know.
And then the train runs through the house, and the house ends up being, built kind of crooked and.
Oh, I don't remember that so much, but I just remember that people stole parts and stuff for the
Yeah.
toilets and stuff like that.
The bad guy
Yeah.
mixed up the boxes
Yeah.
with the parts in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's start at the beginning, Andy. Where did you grow up?
the city of Orange in Southern California,
And what year were you born?
1930,
What did you like to do in school?
in grade school and so forth. It just was just like what all the other kids did. We, well, it was in the 30s, so there wasn't a whole lot we could do during the Depression. We didn't know any different, so I guess we didn't suffer any.
In high school, did you play any sports or?
Yes, as a senior, I played B football. I was always very small, but I played B football. Then I was a baseball manager that year, and I didn't have any sports other than that.
And when did you first get interested in trains or model trains?
Well, when I was born, I believe. I've had toy trains since as far back as I can recall. In the 30s, the toy trains were little wooden trains that you could buy in the dime store. I have some of that out in the garage, and I have a large train in the house that I got when I was like 3 years old. I have no idea where it came from. It was somebody gave it to us for me. And I was raised in the home with my grandparents, or my parents, and we all lived in the same house. And my grandfather was a B&B foreman on the Southern Pacific Railroad. So I was around trains really all my life.
Did you have brothers and sisters?
I have a brother, or had a brother, yes.
Older or
Older, 4 years older.
did he enjoy trains too?
No, absolutely not. He had no interest in anything like that.
When did you get your first electric train?
About 1938 or 9, along in there, Lionel, and
What gauge?
tin plate, regular Lionel, O gauge, I guess it is.
O gauge, not standard.
Yes. Yeah.
And after high school, what did you do?
I went to junior college for 2 years. The last 2 years in high school, I worked for a print shop, and I learned to operate a press, the presses that they had, and also I learned the type case, and I was going to be a printer, so I went to Fullerton Junior College for that purpose, and I had enough background to where they hired me to work for the school district for 2 years.
Now that would have been setting the old lead.
Oh, yeah,
individual letters.
all hand type. And, well, we had linotype machines and so forth. In other words, it was complete background, and I ran a vertical mealy press, and I'd been, well, they taught me how to run it where I worked in high school, and at any rate, the first day I was there at school, the teacher took all of us around and talked about the different machinery and so forth. And he came to the vertical mealy press and said, anybody know anything about that? And I said, I can run it. And I thought right away, he probably thought I was some other smart kid. And he said, well, there's a form in the press. It hasn't been made ready. And he said, can you make ready? And I said, I can do it all. And he had me make ready in front of him and the class. And then he said, well, there's a form in there for the football game tonight. And can you print 250 copies? And I said, yes. And I ran off 250 copies. And at that point, he hired me to work 4 hours a day every day. And on Saturday, 8 hours. And then all summer, and regular. And but we got married in 1949. That would have been my third year at the college. I had to stay there another year. And I couldn't get a job in printing because, this would sound like sour apples, and it isn't. The veterans all came home from World War II, and I went to different print shops trying to get a job, and they said, well, where's your discharge papers? And I didn't have them, of course. And they said, we can't afford to hire you because they could hire somebody that could have the same background that I had, but they could pay him 25 cents an hour. And the government paid $6.75 an hour because it was $7 an hour was the German wage at that time in 1949. And then after 6 months, it increased. So I never did it. I worked for Anaconda Wire and Cable Company for a year, and I was in the Naval Reserves and got called in to active duty when the Korean War started in 1950. When I was in the Naval Reserve, the second 2-week cruise, I went on I think it was the Rendova or the Bedoin Straits. They were little aircraft carriers, and they had all of us in a boxing match. Well, they didn't have all of us, but some of us did it. And it was kind of fun. And then I ended up, one of the guys on the ship with that boxing match that we had, we kind of like a tie. So I don't know how they found out about it, but I was in junior college, and they decided, I think it was a VFW there in Fullerton, and they had this fight again. And it came out as a draw again. Yeah. Nothing serious.
So you were in the reserves. Did you actually go over to Korea?
Oh, yes. I joined the reserves in 1947 on my birthday, actually. I was taken into LA, and they made a big deal out of joining the reserves on my birthday, 17. And I got a petty officer rating in June 1st of 1950. And I didn't go into active duty until November, but it was in November I went aboard a destroyer in San Diego, and we went to Korea in January and came back in September. Yeah.
And what happened when you came back?
Well, I was employed by the Auto Club of Southern California, and as a clerk in an office in Santa Ana, California. And we had a gal there whose husband was a highway patrol officer and was starting what was called the California Highway Patrol Auxiliary, which was a civil defense type organization. And she thought I ought to do that. So I did it, and it was took a semester in police science, and then we were required to work with the Highway Patrol at least one 8-hour shift a month. And we we weren't commissioned police officers. We wore the same uniform as the highway patrol, but we didn't have a badge. We had a cap piece. We were to direct traffic in case of emergencies, is basically the idea behind it. And in 1953, earlier in the year, the state legislature decided they didn't want to have that any longer. And I went to the city of Orange. I became a reserve officer there. And I was a reserve officer until November 1st of 53, and I went on as a regular police officer. And I stayed there for 6 years. And
Now, did you continue with model trains through this?
oh yes. My wife will kill me for this, but it's always kind of funny. I bought a model railroader on our honeymoon in 1949.
What did you get?
Well, I was an HO. Yeah, and I had a little small layout. And when I got out of the Navy, well, I built a Bowser Mountain on a ship that I was on over in Korea. Then I was in TT gauge, then back to HO, then O gauge, then back to HO, and bounced around. N gauge, HO, well, ON3. I have been in every gauge I think there ever was, and the 1.5 inch scale railroad.
When did you get into that?
Well, I started to build an engine in the middle 60s, and then I stopped because of the job that I was in. I just couldn't do it. And after I was up with the railroad, I was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And what year did you join the railroad?
Oh, in 1959. Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, it's kind of silly, I guess. We got a new chief of police, and he made a statement that he wouldn't promote anybody that he didn't hire. And then he made everybody take a sergeant's exam, and I was like number 3. And he told me, he said, forget it. So I felt that there was no future with the city, and so I applied with the Santa Fe, and then I was hired in 59.
And what was your job with the railroad?
As a special agent, a police officer in Los Angeles. And
at a particular station, or?
well, it was just there in Los Angeles at the First Street Yard office is where our office was, but it was the terminal division, which was all of LA down into Long Beach and so forth, Wilmington, that area.
So you're with the railroad, and that's when you got interested in 1.5 inch scale?
Well, I'd been around it before that, but that's when I got more of an interest in it, yes. So that's where I bought a lathe and started to build an engine, but never did finish it.
Tell me about your time with the railroad, starting with you were working in LA as an officer for them.
Yes. Well, like I say, I was there for 8 years. I worked different shifts. We had a photo lab there, and we did a lot of photography. And when I was hired, they asked me to take over the photo lab. And I was qualified to testify in court for court cases, civil cases. And we just general police work also. And then we also did damage prevention work. We worked unloading boxcars and so forth, and containers, ocean containers, and to see if there was damage, and if we could see the damage, the cause of damage, if we could determine that. It made a big difference in who had to pay for the damage. in those days, the standard bill of lading stated the railroads were basically responsible for the damage unless they could prove otherwise. And so I ended up being in 3 levels of supervision in that department, and I was police inspector for the coastlines in 69 until 71, and they formed a new department, a new whole thing called the Quality Control Departments, and it was concentrated on correcting damage and working with shippers and so forth. And I was asked to go into that department, which I did, and then I was in charge of the Northern California part of it. And it was kind of interesting, and I was able to go all over the country.
Which part did you like the best?
I always enjoyed police work. However, it got to the point where it became so rigid, and you know, how can I say this and be polite? In police work, you were wrong unless you could prove right. And the criminal was right unless you could prove he was wrong, no matter what the situation was. And things got to be, well, I was a veteran of the Watts riot. We had to work during that, and that was quite interesting. And things like that. The Quality Control Department, like I say, I was able to go all over. I worked, I went to Hawaii once for a company, and Florida and New York City and Philadelphia and places like that I'd never been to before, and I was able to go and I always took the time to see the scenery, if I may put it that way. But
And
no, I enjoyed the Quality Control Department
And which railroad was this?
the Santa Fe Railroad.
Did you stay in Orange County that whole time?
No. In 1967, I was transferred to San Bernardino and had to live in San Bernardino. So that was in San Bernardino County. We were there for 2.5 years and then moved back to Orange County because I was transferred back into the general offices of the Santa Fe in Los Angeles. And 2.5 years later, I was transferred to Richmond, California, and we moved to San Rafael, lived in San Rafael for 15 years.
And what year did you move to Richmond?
1972,
And how long did you work for them?
28.5 years.
So you retired from them when? What year?
In 1987. The December 31st of 87 was my last day.
And how long did you stay in California?
58 years.
And what did you do after that?
Moved here, moved to Durango.
So what made you come to Durango?
This railroad. We came here and we rode the train here in 1955 was the first time. And we came almost every year after that. Our daughter moved here, her husband moved here. And we just came all the time. And we always thought we'd wanted to move here. And
So is this the same house you moved to?
yes.
Did you build it or?
No, the house was here, but the acreage was available, and we built the depot, and we had a contractor build the depot. I did all the internal finishing, all the trim work inside.
And that's what we're sitting in now.
Yes. Okay, let me say this about Bob. Bob was a real nice guy. He was kind of a nitpicker, however. He would always want to correct something if he thought it was wrong. And so we were finishing this depot, and he came in here, and he said, "You gonna name this Hermosa or Trimble?" And I said, "No, Bob, I won't name it either one of those, because if I named it one of those stations, you'd say they never had a building like this at either location." I said, "It's Whoville."
And when did you start building your 1.5 gauge layout?
Oh, right, immediately.
How did things progress from there?
Well, I put track down probably within 6 months after we moved here, just to have track down, so if somebody said, "What's going on?" Well, we've had this railroad here all this time. And they couldn't say, "Well, we can't have that," but...
How did things progress from there?
Well, they really, everything was pretty smooth. There were other people that did come and help me. And we finally got the loop in where it was completed, where you could run and continue running. It was several years. Then we had 4th of July get-togethers here for 12 years. We did it every 4th of July for 12 years. And started out with about 15, 20 people, and then ended up we had almost 200 here. And that's when we decided we weren't going to do it any longer. It got to be out of hand, but we've really enjoyed it. And it's you know, it's an invitation only type of thing. And but we have the meet now in August, and we get people that come from Idaho and Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and we have just a nice gathering.
Now, you did work for the railroad for a while, didn't you?
Yes, when after the roundhouse burned down, I was asked to go to work in their security department.
What year did it burn down?
February of 1989.
And what got you to go to work for the railroad?
Well, they called me and asked me to go to work for them. The secretary, Bradshaw's secretary, called me and asked me if I'd come to work for him. I knew the people down there anyway, and my wife and I, well, actually, I was going to do it first, just for the fun of it, to go out and be attendants on the private cars, and that had all been arranged for that year. And then when the roundhouse burned down, I was called and asked to go to work in the security department, and I did that for 3 summers. And I got in 18 months with. Well, I don't know if you realize this or not, but my wife and I are like 58-year members of the Model A Ford Club of America, while all I ever had was Model A's. Yeah, I had one in high school. It was a hot rod. Yeah. Well, my first Model A was in 1944 in California during World War II. They had what they called the Junior Operator's Permit. And you could get it at 14. And you could drive for errands for your parents, to and from work or at work, and drive to school. And it was quite interesting. I got mine at 14. And got the first Model A was a Model A Coupe. Paid $50 for it. It lasted about 2 weeks and the rear main went out. And so I sold it and got this hot rod, and I had to finish fixing it up. It was all stripped down, no fenders, and a 32 grill on it. Real neat little car. And I hopped it all up, and I don't know, I ran dual Stromberg 97 carburetors on it, and it was ported with a 3/4 race cam, and it would really fly. I think the interesting part about it, and you know, I just told you that how the license was issued and the so-called rules and regulations, it meant nothing because we drove anywhere we wanted and did everything. If they caught you out with a girl someplace, they'd say, is this an error on for your parents? And laugh at you. And you know, those days, in Orange County, there was nobody there anyway. It was just all open country, all orange groves in those days. And it was a different way of life. But it was really kind of neat. So what I was going to say is that when I turned 16 then, I could get my regular driver's license. And in those days, the Highway Patrol in California gave you your driver's license. And they licensed the vehicles, they did everything. They didn't have a Department of Motor Vehicles yet. And I went there and I took the written exam. And then the Highway Patrol officer went with me out to the car for the driving test. And he said, "Is that your car?" And I said, "Yes." And he says, "Can I drive it?" And I let him drive it. And he took off. And he peeled rubber with it. He spun around and really stomped on it. He said, "That little thing would really fly." And he came back and parked it. And I said, "Don't you want to see me drive?" He says, "I've seen you drive it. I can't catch you." And then laughed. So it was a different way. Those things don't happen today anymore.
You know, you must have known Charlie Bradshaw pretty well.
Pretty well.
I don't think I've ever asked you about him.
Yeah.
Did you just meet him when you moved here in '88, or?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know him before that.
Gotcha.
No. The story I was told, and whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that he used to go to Tall Timber. At that time, it was more of a resort than it is now. And his wife one day went down, she looked all over for him. She said, "Well, I knew where to find you. You like this railroad so much, why don't you buy it?" And that's why he did. I think he did a pretty good job. He was always on it. He had control of it from Florida. He flew in here in his private jet that he flew in, and he was always a very pleasant man. I got along with him very well. I just did what I needed to do as far as security department, and I always worked days. I didn't ever work nights or anything.
Have you had anything to do with the railroads since Al's owned it, or?
Done quite a lot of volunteer work as a rail ranger, and then we had the Smoky Bear trains that went up to Cascade for the kids. I worked that several times, and then other things like that.
Now you were out here, you said you rode it the first time when?
In 1955.
So in 55, I believe the track continued from Durango over to
Alamosa.
And that, how long did that run for?
Until I think it was 68, the end of 68 or 69.
And did you ever ride that section?
No, I never did. Never did until after it became Cumbres and Toltec, and then of course I've ridden it many times since then. But
Just that section?
yeah, just from Chama to Antonito.
And do you remember what year they took the track up between Durango and Chama?
Well, it would have been '69.
If you could start all over again, going back to childhood, what would you do different in your life?
Oh boy. I don't know that I'd do anything different. I've had a pretty good life.
Well, I'm flattered that you asked me to be one of the people that interviews Andy, because he's had an amazing life and has incredible stories to tell. So you left Southern California for Richmond, right, in '72?
Yes.
And just kept working for the Santa Fe in the same
Well, the Santa
type of
Fe sent
position?
me up there.
It's the Santa Fe what?
They sent me up there.
Yeah, I gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
In 1971, I went into what was called a brand new department called the Quality Control Department, which was damage prevention and freight claims.
Gotcha.
And I left the police department. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, I was inspector, police inspector, general office in Los Angeles. And they formed that new department. We, as a special agent in Los Angeles, we were doing damage prevention inspections ourselves. They had us go and watch cars being unloaded when we had nothing else to do in that regard, and to try to find the cause of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And see, the bill of lading stated that railroads were responsible for the damage unless they could prove otherwise.
Gotcha.
Well, we could prove otherwise if we could see it while the car was being unloaded. And I got quite involved with it. And then as inspector, I came back into LA, and as inspector I did more of that and got quite involved with Chrysler and some other things. And when Mr. Cena, the vice president of operations of the Santa Fe, he decided that we needed to concentrate on damage prevention, and they formed this new department. And
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
that's how all that happened.
yes, and then in '72, we were having problems in the Bay Area, and but
Yeah.
anyway, that's why I was sent up there I was in charge up there for all of Northern California.
And you got involved in inch and a half scale trains when you were there, didn't you?
Well,
That's one
before
of the clubs.
that, yeah.
Oh, before that?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Well, I started to build an engine in the '60s,
No kidding.
and then I never did any more until much later. But up there, yes, I got involved with the Golden Gate live steamers, and
And you've really been involved with, say, like regular HO scale trains since the
Oh.
50s at least, right?
'49.
No
But,
kidding.
yeah, yes, we were married in August of 1949, and I never seen her. Always gets a kick out of it in a sense. I bought a model railroader on our honeymoon, and I did find another one. Of course, I didn't have it for years, but
Yeah.
one day I found one, a copy of it, August of 1949. Isn't that awful?
A copy of what did you
Model
mean?
Railroader magazine.
Oh, the magazine, gotcha.
You know, we talk about pictures. I took my first pictures in 1939.
What kind of camera?
Just a little box camera. It was my mother's. I was 9 years old, and we went to the school, had an outing to Capistrano Mission, and my mother got a roll of film and put in that camera for me to take. I'd never used it before, and I took pictures. And one of them is my wife. It's kind of funny. I was aiming at Norma Moore, not Lucile, but there were about 5 girls with some pigeons and stuff there at the Capistrano, and I took that picture aiming at Norma Moore, of course.
Now, have you told her that?
Huh?
Have you told Lucile that?
Oh yeah, she knows. Oh yeah. Oh heavens, yes. Norma Moore was the idol of all the boys in the 4th grade.
Did you ever ride in the cab of a big boy?
No. I would like to have.
I bet there's cab forwards and things in your photographs too.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you have a Shay, right?
Not any longer, but I did, yeah.
Now, did you build that?
No. I built 2 of them, and that's too many. I tell you what, in all the seriousness, you've got to be a pretty good machinist to build one of these local steam engines now. They're not as, well, they're pretty complicated. And my first steam engine was an American 440, and I bought it from Railway Supply Company in Los Angeles. And it's a duplicate to Walt Disney's engine. He had the same thing. In fact, it was same people made it. And I bought it, and I bought it as a machine kit. I didn't have any machinery or anything to try to do it myself. Put it together little by little. And I had it finished, except for it wasn't plumbed yet. But the engine was done except for running the piping and so forth. And that's when I retired. And a man in Berkeley said that he wanted to plumb it for me, so he did. And then we brought it here. And I ran it, and it just wasn't strong enough to pull very much. You could pull a couple of cars with people on them, but it just wasn't that powerful enough. I bought it was a running gear for a 10-wheeler back in Kansas City, and then I built it. I built the rest of it, and built a tender myself, and I had a boiler made, and I ran it here for quite a while. Then I sold it down in Phoenix, and I used the money to buy the Shay.
So what do you have for equipment out here?
All I have is 2 diesel engines. Well, they're gasoline powered, but they're, copies of diesels.
What are your definitions of model railroading?
Let Andy answer that one first.
Well, I don't know. Definition is just, it's a great hobby. It's a way of relaxing, working. If you come home after a rough day at work, it's kind of nice to sit down and relax and work on the model railroading and
Play trains.
yeah, that's the whole thing. You can let me explain to you kind of this way. It kind of sounded maybe kind of dumb, but when I was working graveyard, I'd come home in the morning, and I would maybe work on a kit for a while. And I had a roll-top desk in the bedroom, and when I was done working and ready to go to sleep, I'd just close the roll-top desk, and it always looked fairly decent, and still have the roll-top desk.
pretty special.
Now you're both in model railroading. So how did you first get together?
I met Andy for the first time just perhaps a month before I started college in Durango. A friend of mine named Ollie Mallet, who has since passed away, brought me over here for his summer steam up in August. That would have been 2010. And I was just amazed by his miniature railroad in the backyard. I have loved the ride-on size trains, the 1.5" scale, since I was a kid. And he brought me in the depot and, you know, showed me some of the collection. And he showed me the sheet music for the old song on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. And he pointed out to me how the railroad owned the copyright on that song instead of the movie studio or the composer. I thought that was pretty neat. And then I guess I kept coming for the steam up every summer. And I met another man named Bill Severance, who kind of helps take care of the railroad now. And Bill got me into buying my own train. He convinced me to do it. And he's the one that found it online, the steam engine that I have now. But so here's a question. At what point is it no longer a model and does it become a real train? What size? 15-inch gauge, 2-foot gauge?
Well, 2-foot gauge, you know, that's, did you get any pictures?
Yeah, I rode that when I was up in Maine.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's a real train, but boy, there's some models that are huge.
Yeah,
They might as well be a real train.
They're, well, they have 12-inch gauge and 16-inch gauge.
Yeah.
And they, you know, for the most part, they're just tourist type operations.
So it's not really relevant to railroading, but Andy started with the police department in Orange, California before he worked for the Santa Fe. What year did you start with the Orange Police Department?
1953.
53, okay. Well, and just coincidentally, the other day I watched on DVD the opening day ceremony at Disneyland. Tell me again about how you got in the night before Disneyland opened.
Well, okay, another guy. We were partners in those days, and we drove over. This was after midnight, and we drove over there and drove all through Disneyland in the police car and talked to a lot of the employees and stuff, setting everything up there, setting up all the cameras and everything for the next day for the VIP special.
Really?
Yeah, it was quite a lot of fun.
Neat.
Jack Scott was who.
He was your partner on the
famous.
police force?
Yeah.
Huh. And you two just happened to be asked to go check out that area?
No,
or?
we just did it on our own. That's a different city.
Well, right, Anaheim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been July 16th, 1955. Not too many people can say they were at Disneyland the night before it opened.
Well, a bunch of people could because there was a bunch of them there.
Well, I suppose that's true, but not many people today.
No.
Let's put it that way.
No.
Why don't we get Andy to tell us about some of the old movies that he worked security for the Santa Fe Railroad? I know one of them was Send Me No Flowers with Doris Day and Rock Hudson.
Yeah. And the other one was, I believe it was That's the Trouble with Angels or something like that. Haley Moore.
Oh, okay.
It was a girls' school, a Catholic girls' school, and the railroad part of it was all done in Monrovia. And then there was TV things with Ephraim Zemblis Jr. for the FBI story and stuff like
Right.
that. Yeah.
Where was the depot? You did security at the depot for Send Me No Flowers, right?
That was Fullerton.
Fullerton? Okay. Tell us about your experience with Doris Day.
She got there one morning, and they brought her into her trailer, and she just got out of bed basically and got in the car and came to her trailer to be made up and everything for the movie, and she was not presentable, let's put it that way, and there were a bunch of people there, and she screamed and hollered and said things she shouldn't have said. Anyway, to get those people out of the way because she didn't want them to see her. And it was kind of interesting.
Very different without makeup, huh?
Very different. Yeah.
Have you told him the story about the monkeys on the Santa Fe yet?
No.
Okay, I think that's a good one.
Well, the Monkees, when they started, there was a radio station in Los Angeles, and I don't know which one it was, but they were promoting their music, and the Last Train to Clarksville was their big hit. And they decided they would have a train and have it go to Clarksville. So what they did, they said on the radio, you sent in your name and stuff, and you got your names pulled. And it was a pretty long train, and each well, I had, I think, 3 colored tickets. And what they did, they had rock and roll bands on there, and they had baggage cars that the bands were in. And by the colored ticket is when you went into those cars. And that started from the time we left Los Angeles. And we had I hate to say it quite this way, but we had a Hertz rent-a-cop on every car. We didn't know what was going to happen that way. And there was a one car that was set up as a theater car. And anyway, when we got to, well, I believe it was Del Mar, I'm not sure any longer, they had put a sign on it, called it Clarksville. And everyone got off and went down onto the beach and had a meal. And then the helicopter came, and the Monkees were on the helicopter. And they then set up and they played concerts all the way back to Los Angeles. And you here again, you went in with a colored ticket to see them. And then also at that projection car, they showed the first TV program on that projection car.
Oh.
And yeah, and then what's kind of interesting is that there was a baggage car behind that projection car, and then there was a business car behind it. And I walked through the baggage car, and here was a stack of records. And I took one of them and walked back there, and I said, "Can I get you guys to autograph this for me?" They hadn't even seen it before. This was so new. They hadn't seen it. It was really kind of a funny thing. And they all signed it for me. And then we backed into LA Union Station, and they were supposed to have a limo there to pick them up. And they weren't going to get off that car with all those folks and have to go down, try to walk down through the depot, which would have been a catastrophe. And my car was parked right there, so they got in my car, and I drove them down to where the limo was, and their driver was in playing poker with the Red Caps. So it was kind of interesting.
That's more than I've ever heard about that story before.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, I think it's great. I wish I'd been around in those days.
You didn't play the same music that the Monkees played.
That's true.
Well, one thing that did happen one night, in fact, I have a pair of Santa Fe Caboose lanterns. They're out inside the caboose out here. They were given to me one night. I got a call to go down to the depot, and the train switch unit was there, switch crew. And some kids had stolen a box of fusees out of the caboose. And it was easy to catch them because what they did, they were lighting the caboose, the fuses, and sticking them in people's exhaust pipe in their car.
Oh my goodness.
So I just followed the exhaust pipes until I caught the kids. But kind of interesting. and they had an extra pair of caboose lanterns in the caboose, and they gave them to me. They shouldn't have, but they did.
So when you worked on the railroad, what were some of the interesting things that happened?
We had 2 derailments, passenger train derailments in Anaheim. And the first one that I was involved with, of course, was I was in Fullerton when it happened. And I heard on the radio, and I drove over there. And we had a truck hit the side of the train at a crossing. And he came around a curve in a gravel truck, and he couldn't stop. And he hit the train, and he killed a sailor in a vestibule that was standing there, and he was killed. And it derailed just the one car, but then it kind of tore up the car, and it hit the bridge and peeled back part of that particular car. And by the time I got there, the engine and the cars that were still on the rails, they had head of the car that was damaged so bad, they'd gone on to get out of the way. But it was quite interesting, and I think probably the most interesting thing was that we didn't wear uniforms. We were all plain clothes always. And I was in the car that where the gravel came into the car, and I was getting ready to take pictures of the interior, and Lowell Thomas came in. You know, he was, and he just quite rudely told me to get out of the car because they were going to take pictures in there. And he said, if you don't get out of here instantly, I'll get Anaheim PD to come in and remove you and have you thrown in jail for obstructing the news media. And I looked at him, and I pulled out my badge and showed him, and I said, you know, what you said works opposite the same way toward me to you. And I said, if you don't get out of here, I'm trying to preserve evidence. And if you don't get out of here, you'll be the one that gets thrown in jail. Boy, he split. It was kind of interesting. But you know, you talk about different things like that. I worked with several times with where they were making movies or TV commercials and things like. I had dinner with Don Drysdale, a pitcher for the Dodgers. He made an ad for a commercial for Lifebuoy soap, and their motto was 38-hour protection. Lifebuoy soap, and this was done at Pasadena. And his wife was on the train. The train came in, and it was raining. And of course, it was all fake rain with a hose. It was very interesting. And he got on the train, and he went into the compartment where she was sitting, and he said, "Did you pack my 38? She said, "I sure did." And she opens the suitcase and pulls out a bar of soap. And that was a 38-hour protection. But we had dinner together and things like that. And I was there for that. And I did it several times. I have a picture in here of me and 2 other guys with Adam 12, Marty Milner and Kent McCord. Marty Milner was really a nice guy. And we had lunch with them. And then I saw him. What was interesting for me, the man must have had a fantastic memory for names and people. The picture was taken in '67, and in about '70, I was on Los Angeles Avenue where we had a dark room there, And I was walking to go to lunch, and there was a station wagon with a movie camera in the back of it, and a police car behind it. And the doors, windows were rolled up, doors closed and everything. And I got to the very back end of that car, and I heard, "Andy, don't you say hello?" And I went back, and it was the two of them with Adam 12. And he had remembered me. It was kind of interesting. And we did things like that were interesting, but there's so many of them. It's hard to remember them all. Did you ever see the movie? That's the Trouble with Angels or something like that, with Haley Mills?
Yes.
Okay, well, the railroad scenes there were at Monrovia, and I was there with that for like 3 days, and that was, Rosalind Russell was the Mother Superior for the girls' school, and Ida Lupino was the director, and they were all fun people.
So who around here had the most interesting models or modeling the railroads that you've seen?
Now, Dwayne's O-gauge model, anyway, that was beautiful. That was probably the nicest one that has ever been put together. But I think one of the finer modelers here was Bob Shank. And he did some just beautiful stuff. And it's just, as a funny thing, I mentioned earlier about getting a model railroader on our honeymoon in August of 1949. There's a picture of him in that magazine. He had won a prize for a model that he had made. But he did some beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Who are some of the interesting people in your life that you've met?
Probably one of the most interesting was I went to Philadelphia. So I'm standing by this pillar, and this man comes up to me and, "Hi, good morning, how are you?" I said, "Well, I'm fine." He said, "Did you vote for me yesterday?" And I said, "No, sir, I didn't." "Well, may I ask why?" I said, "Well, because I'm from California, and if I voted for you here in Pennsylvania, it'd be against the law." He said, "Well, you can vote for me at the California primary." I said, "Mr. Carter, you won't be on my ballot." It was Jimmy Carter, and just as nice as could be. Then he kind of said, "Oh, well, there's a general election." And I said, "Well, I haven't made up my mind yet." And he was just as nice as could be. But it was kind of neat. I was taking tours around the railroad yard with another guy. And we came in and sat down in the roundhouse there. We're in there, actually, in the museum. And two couples came by, and they had their necklaces on, and I could see it said San Dimas. And so I said, "Well, how are things in beautiful downtown San Dimas?" And they said, "Oh, they're just real great." And they said, "You know where San Dimas is?" And I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "In a couple of weeks, I'm going to be down in your area going to my high school class reunion." "Oh, what school was that?" I said, "Orange Union High School, Orange, California." And 3 of the 4 of them said, "We graduated from Orange High School too." The one guy then looks at me and he says, "My mother graduated from Orange High School too." And I said, "Oh, really? When was that?" He said, "I think it was sometime in the 40s. I don't know exactly." I said, "Well, what was her maiden name?" he said, Streech. I said, are you Priscilla's son? He said, yes. I said, I used to go with your wife, your mother, in high school. Now that's how crazy it is.
Now, when did you and Lucile meet and how?
We met in the 4th grade. We both went to Maple Street School in Orange in the 4th grade. And then I didn't meet her again until junior college, and our must have been the end of our first year in junior college.
Did you ever have to deal with any hobos?
Oh yeah, sure. But you know, they weren't really a problem in my era. You had them. We had them coming out of San Diego and stuff, But we didn't have too many hobos that way.
Is that when you learned sign language?
Yeah. Well, they knew the sign language. Yeah, it was, they waved to you with one finger.
There was a great story you told me when you were working for the Orange Police Department about these kids that were drinking at night.
Oh, yeah.
And the parents didn't believe them.
Yeah, that's a true story, and it's kind of a
It's a kid.
kind of novelty. We had got a call that there was a wino right by the railroad tracks, just a block from the railroad tracks, a drive-in restaurant. And these kids had taken his fedora and, I'll be clean, urinated in it. And it was completely full of urine. Well, he was quite upset over that. But we got the kids. We took them down to the office and called the parents and told them to come and get their kids. And this one woman said there's no way in the world she was going to come and get her kid, because if he had been drinking, it's because we forced him to drink. So we took him, the same Jack Scott and I, same guy, we took him back to his house, and this was after midnight. And his mother came to the door, and she was very, very upset. She said, "What have you done to my son? Blah, 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 blah." It was all our fault. And the reason we liked to take them to their home or get the parents to come and get them is the parents could see them and see what they looked like. If we booked them into juvenile hall, the parents would come the next day and see them. Well, they'd have them all cleaned up. They looked just like they did when they left that evening. Anyway, she was just so upset. Well, he walked into the house and vomited it all over the carpet. About that time, a car drives in the driveway. It's the husband. And he comes out and he says, "What's going on?" I said, well, we explained it to him. He turned to his wife, he said, "I told you that little son of a gun has been drinking beer, and you wouldn't believe me. But now you can see that he is." And he said, "After you clean up this mess, we'll have a discussion as what to do with him." And we politely left the scene. But you know, you think back about, you talked about seeing things on the Orange Police Department that were worthwhile.
Yeah.
They're really, I don't know, you watch Adam 12 on TV, and my God, they got more things going on there in a shift than we had in a year. Seriously.
Well, I asked Lucile one time, I said, wasn't your career as a police officer kind of scary for your family? And she said it was different times.
Yeah, well, it was.
That was the simple answer.
Let me explain to you this way. Mm-hmm. If somebody would have pulled a knife on me and I'd have shot him and killed him, it might be in someplace in the newspaper, maybe. Mm-hmm. But that's all there would have been. I'm serious.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been national news.
Oh, well, not only that,
Exactly.
it wouldn't have been local news. They would have figured that, well, he must have had a reason to shoot him or
Exactly.
he shot him.
Exactly.
You know, it just was a different, everything was different in those days. And we, I'll give you an example. You talk about things that happen. One night, there was a girl that walked into the office and she said her boyfriend, she thinks, had committed suicide. And they were parked out someplace in the country there, out near town someplace. And she didn't know where it was exactly. But she said he was trying to have sex with her and she refused. And he said, if you don't have sex with me, I'm going to kill myself. She said, well, fine, I'm getting out of the car. And she got out of the car and ran away. Well, anyway, she went in and explained it. Well, the sergeant got her in the car, and he decided he'd go out with her to see if they could find out where he was. And everybody else went out too. They found out about it. Everybody else was gone except me. I'm here in town by myself. Get a call on the radio. There's a fight at the Los Vasitos, which was a Mexican bar. So I go there, I pull up in front of the place, and you can't imagine the screaming and hollering and banging around going on in there. It was just horrible. So I took the shotgun, I walked in the door and cranked a shell into the shotgun. Ploop, ploop.
Uh-huh.
And that's a universal sound and an absolute quiet. It was like the old time when you were a kid, they used to play a game, statue.
Yeah.
Everybody was stopped in the motion. The only thing that was left moving was what was already in the air. And I said, the party's over. Everybody go home. And you know, they all left and went home.
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Well, yeah. Well, see, you'd hate to shoot a shotgun with AA buck in it onto the floor. It'd get 10 or 12 of them. Yeah. So, and they know that. And a 12 gauge
you can't do
shotgun,
that.
and that's a universal sound. Click, click.
You know, my dad Scott went to medical school in Detroit, and he had burglars break in his apartment like the day that he was going to leave, and he made noises like he was doing the shotgun. He said they ran away. Mm-hmm. There's proof for you.
Yeah. You know, we were on vacation once here in Colorado, and I was carrying my 2-inch. I was with the railroad by this time, but I don't know if you realize, but we were commissioned through the state of California. We were California peace officers, what we were. And anyway, I had the 2-inch, and we had a camp trailer, a little tent trailer. We found this campground, it was just right alongside the river, but nothing else there. And we pulled in there, and we opened up, got the tent all set up, and we had a tent room that went out off of the side of it. And we had it all set up, and there was a car there, and there was a couple in it, and he was fishing. And all of a sudden it started to rain, and did it rain? I mean, it dumped. So Donna, our oldest daughter, she went over and asked them if they'd like to come over into our tent trailer, because they just had the car. And so they came over and sat there with us. And we talked and visited, and it was kind of interesting. He worked for the Rio Grande in Pueblo. And so, you know, we had something in common in that regard. And anyway, it quit raining, and he went over to his car, and pretty soon he came out with a slingshot. And he could pick a rock up off the ground, and I don't care what you wanted hit, he could hit it with a slingshot. I said, boy, how in the world, how come you're so good with a slingshot? He said, oh, he says, you know, he says, he was a Mexican guy. He said, the Italian guys, kids used to try to beat us Mexican guys up. They didn't like it. And so if we had a slingshot, and we'd
Oh,
pick up a
wow.
rock and get those Italian guys, they left us alone. And that's how come I could learn how to use one good. Well, I tried shooting his slingshot. I couldn't hit the thing. I said, I bet I got something in the car that I could shoot. Yeah, I can get. Now, honest to God, I'll never forget this. We threw a can into the river, and I took that 2-inch, and I shot into the river, and that can goes boom. He says, do that again. I said, no, I don't want to waste my ammunition. I couldn't probably hit it again if I'd have shot 3,000 shots, but it was so funny.
That's so.
Anything on the Nomad turning over? Do you have anything on the Nomad turning over?
Nope.
I do. I don't have anything on it, but well, when I heard it got turned over, I went down there, and I had been in the security department, but I was gone by then. Bill Noble was the head of security for the railroad. And I got there, and here's the Nomad laying on its side, broken glass all over inside it. And people said, oh, I want my stuff out of there. Well, he and I went in there and got all the personal belongings out of the Nomad. Oh, I'll tell you, this is a funny kind of a story. I'd worked all night switching in the yard at Richmond. And I'd worked about 12 hours or so. And went home. Now, it was a big strike. I went home. And about 2 o'clock, phone rings. And you're called for a train at 4 o'clock to go to Fresno. So I go over there, I get up, hell, I'm still half asleep. I go over there, and I got me a sandwich to take with me. I go over there, and, well, now we got a problem. They haven't got the train ready yet. Screwed around, and about 9 o'clock or so, they said, you and Van Osdal, he's train master, you got to go out to Franklin Canyon and relieve a crew that's coming in because they're on the law. So we go out there. They stop the train, pick us up. We bring the train into town. We don't. They bring it into town because the guy running assistant superintendent, and he loved running a train, so he said, the heck with the 12 hours, he's going to run it in a train. Anyway, came in Richmond with it. So then we had to put it away. The train was too long to fit the piggyback ramp. So we had to pull it forward, and I remember there was maybe 12 cars or so where we stopped the train. I got on the rear end of that car and rode it in, lined up the switches, and went into a siding. And I told Van Osdal, the engineer, I said, slow down, because I got to get off. Well, hell, he never slowed down. I had to get off because I had a switch I had to throw him. He never did. He just went for it. He didn't care. Well, I tumbled, and I had a bunch of cigars in my pocket.
Oh, man.
Well, guess what? When we finally I rolled around in the gravel, and I got up. I uncoupled the engines. We put them into the roundhouse, went back to the office, and then I realized my cigars were all gone. So then, about 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, it was real late. Well, we're ready for your train to go to Fresno. So, okay. So we got out to Franklin Canyon, and I had to line us into a siding. Now we had 25 pig cars and a caboose, and the engineer, the train master, and myself. I tried to drop off, line us into that siding, line the track, the switch back to the main line. Then I had to walk 20. That's a half a mile now, up to the head end engine. We had 3 engines. Get on the engine, and Van Osdell says, I'm a really nice guy. When we get out of here, it's a spring switch, so you won't have to line it back. And he said if it wasn't, I would back up and pick you up. So anyway, we get to Stockton, and the guy in Stockton on the radio, he says, Andy, they found your cigars. And Van Osdell says, I'm going to write him up for misuse of company radio. And I said, no, you won't. I says, there's no one else around here to hear that but you and I. Everybody else is gone. And you see, he was scared of me anyway. Because my department, that quality control department, I could make a phone call to Chicago and he could maybe even get fired over things that went on. So at any rate, I cut the power off, and we go in, and there's 25 more pig cars to pick up, another half a mile, mind you. I start walking them. I made a joint with a string of cars first, and I started walking them. And they weren't laced up. There were handbrakes that were set. You can't imagine what. And by the time I got to the end, I was pooped out. Well, see, I wasn't used to this kind of stuff. What I did for a living is what I'm doing right now, is sit in a chair, kind of like. I
wouldn't admit that.
Well, no, I didn't do anything physical, if I can put it that way.
Sure.
So anyway, I get back to the back, and I close the angle cock on the rear car, and I says, I'll call him on the radio. I says, will you get off the engine and cut in the air? Oh, no, that's your job. I said, well, Van, I said, you know what's going to happen? We're going to stay here till the strike's over, because I'll be damned if I'll walk a half a mile and cut in the air and then walk a half a mile back to see if the brakes are set or if there's any pressure on the airline. And guess what? He never said anything, but pretty soon, so I rode the car out of the back. We rode out, we made a joint. I cut in the air, and I had to walk up half a mile back and get on the engine. So we go to Fresno, get off the train to Fresno, but it was a rolling, no stop. The superintendent was there, and he was going to run it on into Bakersfield. And he wanted to do a rolling stop. Well, hell, I fell on my face on it. Well, I wasn't used to doing that. I'd never done it before. So anyway, I go to a motel, and it's where the Santa Fe people all went to. And this was like 9 o'clock in the morning by this time. Yeah. So I'm really wiped out, tired. I go down. They called me about 2 o'clock, incidentally. And I go down there, they call me down there, go in a cab down there. And they said, well, there's a train here waiting for you, but there's 40 cars you got to get out of the yard. Now in Fresno, you had to go a couple of miles on the main line into town and then back up and go into the yard, which was real crazy. I went in there and we got the 40 cars and they were all set up. The air was set okay on them. But we needed another engine. We had 2 engines, we needed a third engine. So they had third engine for us. So we made a coupling with that engine, but we didn't have the MU cable. We looked all over for an MU cable. It took a long time, which was fortunate. We finally found the MU cable. Then I had to ride on the rear end of that 40 cars with a radio, backing up all the way to the yard office where the rest of the train was. That was a long ways. And over all these grade crossings. Yeah, oh, it was interesting. So anyway, I made a joint with the train, cut in the air, and a car drives up, strikes over. I said, well, thank God for that. Well, do you want to take the train on into Richmond? I says, no, I don't want to, because we got to set out these 40 cars at Oakdale. I said, I'll be damned, I'm tired. I'm wiped out. And here come Van Osdal, the engineer. Well, he loved running the train, so he said, well, I want to go. And I said, well, you're going to go by yourself. And whoever was there, they said, well, we can call a crew, and that's fine. I said, we'll start calling. And I went back to the motel, slept till the next day sometime, and got on Amtrak, went back to Richmond. God, but those are the way they treated us.
You said something about a strike. Did all of that have to do with a...
Yeah.
That's why you were on for so many
heavens,
hours?
yes.
Okay, I missed that part.
If I would have even thrown a switch in the yard,
Yeah.
they could have time slipped me, taking a job away from somebody.
Huh. Wow. Because you wouldn't normally have been doing that kind of work. Right. Huh. Amazing.
That chair and the one I was sitting in there both came out of the sugar dock in Richmond. Now, C&H Sugar built a processing plant over, well, it's on the SP, and I can't think of where it was. Anyway, they had a spur in there, but it only held 2 or 3 cars. Well, their business got so big that no way in the world could they use just that small area. So they formed a company called Bay and River Navigation Company. And they built a dock in Richmond and one in Oakland. And the Oakland one was Western Pacific and the one in Richmond was Santa Fe. So they brought sugar over on pallets and loaded them into the dock, and then we had people that loaded them in to the railroad cars. Well, we didn't do it. The Bay and River Navigation people did it, but our people were there to see how it was done. And that lasted for years. Well, anyway, they finally closed it. And when they closed it, that chair you're sitting in and the one I was sitting in were thrown away. And that one wasn't in too bad a condition, but that one in there was just a mess. I took them home anyway, and after we were here, we found that material that's very close to what there would have been on the railroad, and Lucile stripped it all and made the new coverings for it, and it really looks pretty nice. It's a long. Are you thinking of Maggie Miller?
I think that's it.
Her husband was the head of the mechanical department in Richmond, where they had a rip track and repaired cars and stuff in there. And she was a clerk. Well, I used to smoke cigars, and Leona Womack was, she was the clerk in charge of the OS&D inspectors, over short and damaged inspectors, and all union people. And she hated me for smoking cigars, so I always lit one in before I went in the door. And then just to hear her bitch, well, it was always kind of halfway funny. And my department We were a staff function of the Vice President of Operations. We had nothing to do with anybody else on the railroad. And it was a different thing altogether. So anyway, every time I'd go in there, she'd always mouth off. Well, one day Maggie is in there as a relief clerk. And of course, Leona squawked about my cigars. So on our way back out, Maggie says, "You got any more cigars?" I said, "Do you want one?" She said, "Yeah." So she fired it up just for Leona's sake. Yeah, that's just the way she was. She was a character. But did you ever hear the story? Now, this is kind of a bad one. I got drunk on a train once. It was a Model A Ford group that chartered a train on the Sierra Railroad. And there was a whole lot of us. And I got onto every car on that train on their way back from Oakdale, and I told this story. And I got
I love this.
And I got up there and I said, everybody in the car, I said, "Okay, quiet, I'm going to tell you a story." And I said, "You know, there was this guy that woke up in the emergency room in the hospital suffering excruciating pain. He was damaged all over his body. And the doctor said, 'Oh, we're so happy that you've regained consciousness. The man from the zoo is here and needs to interview you.' He said, 'What in the world would somebody from the zoo want to talk to me?' I heard off. But the man from the zoo came in and he says, 'What'd you do to that gorilla to make him so mad that he broke out of the cage?' 'Oh God, it comes back.' He says, 'You know, I didn't do anything. I was standing in front of his cage and there was nobody else around. And I scratched my ear, and you know, he scratched his ear. I did this to the top of my head. He did the same thing. I scratched my left elbow. He scratched his elbow. And the guy from the zoo says, "Oh yeah, he loves to mimic people. He's so tame, we thought we'd even let him be in the children's petting zoo. So you must have done something horrible." He says, "Well, the next thing, there was a gust of wind and a bunch of dirt flew through the air and got in my eyes, and I was pulling my eyes, dirt out of my eye like this when he broke out of that cage. The guy from the goose said, "You did this?" He said, "Well, yes, that's what I was doing." He said, "Oh my God, that means F you and gorilla talk." So the guy goes home and he recuperates. And he's there for several weeks, all the time thinking about how can he get back at that gorilla. So he comes up with a plan. He goes down to the butcher shop and he gets a big sausage. He goes to the hardware store and gets a hunting knife. And he goes home and he sews that sausage inside his pants. And he puts the hunting knife on his side. He goes to the zoo and guess what? The gorilla's doing all these things. He unzips his pants, he pulls that sausage out, takes a knife and cuts the sausage off, throws the knife into the cage, and the gorilla goes. And I told that to Maggie. So the next day I come to work and Maggie says, "Donnie's mad at you," that was her husband, "for telling me that joke." I said, "He shouldn't be mad at you for telling that joke." "Well, he doesn't think you should have." So later that day I'm over in the mechanical department and they asked me, I always told jokes everywhere I went, and they said, I told them a joke and Donnie walks in. He said, "Tell him that joke you told Maggie, that's the funniest joke." He wasn't mad at me at all, of course. That was just her pulling my leg. Fun and games. One bright day in the middle of the night, two dead boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced each other and shot each. They backed each other, drew their swords and shot each other. A deaf policeman heard the noise and came right over and shot the 2 dead boys. He likes that one.
Yes, I do.
Well, I've seen
That's
Benjamin
great.
Franklin's grave where it says, "Here I lie, food for worms," or however it goes. And that's called a grip on the railroad.
No, he's the guy that handles electrical on the movie set.
No. On the railroad, a suitcase like that is called a grip. And every trainman always had a grip. And it had change of clothes in there, and sometimes some food and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when they got on the caboose, they all had their grip. And the engineer, firemen, they had their grips up on the engine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that particular one on the caboose was Alvi Lyons' grip.
You know who he was?
Well, Alvi Lyons was a conductor here on the Rio Grande Railroad, starting about 1923. And he ended up his career here in Durango on the Silverton train. And he enticed people to come and ride it. He got a lot of people to come and ride it just because of the fact that he really thought it was a tourist attraction, and it was. And it saved the railroad, because I think the Rio Grande probably would have dumped it a long time before they ever sold it. I think they'd have probably in 1970, with the big flood when they lost several miles of track up in the canyon, if it hadn't have been for the tourist attraction, I think the Rio Grande would have that would have been the end of the railroad.
Well, the city of Durango protested vehemently about doing anything with it. They wanted it running. Because in that era, one train a day, they still did, what, 125,000 a year
Yeah,
ridership?
something like that.
You know, and that's all hotel, motel, restaurant, bar. It's a shot in the arm.
Yeah,
And of course now it's double that almost.
The mistake you made, it wasn't bar, it was bar. And more bars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi. Do you trust me to sit here?
Nope, you're over.
No, he wants you
Going
to sit
over?
over here. Ah, be careful.
Don't spill that.
Oh, I think I
You
did.
can sit
Oh,
there.
oh dear.
I can tell you this much, that's the first time there's ever been any alcohol in that chair. Because that was my grandfather's chair on his
Oh, what
outfit,
did
on
I
his
do?
outfit.
On his work train,
Trainee's gonna lose his trainee license here.
You are.
Bill Severance, roadmaster, Animas Valley Railroad.
Carl Mearsberger, Andy's grandson.
Electrician,
And
Animas Valley
electrician.
Railroad.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Okay.
Great electrician.
Andy Saez, president and chief executive officer of the Animas River Railway.
Animas Valley Railway.
Animas Valley Railroad, excuse me. Well, you know how it is. Also,
Mhm.
the financier.
And treasurer.
And Adam Swanson, trainee of the Animas Valley Railroad.
And duty musician.
And an occasional musician, yeah.
Except we don't
And
have.
where
anybody
is the
to
Animas
play
Valley
here.
Railroad?
Where is the Animas Valley Railroad? Right here.
Yeah, you're sitting in it. The Animas Valley Railroad is just north of downtown Durango by about 7 miles. And we're located between Highway
And
203
Foreman
and Highway 550.
Well, that's operating costs.
And have been here for, well, almost 35 years.
You moved here in '89, correct?
88. Put that up there.
Okay. Now this is the our Golden Spike ceremony tie, and it was what?
July 4th, 1993.
Yeah, 1993. So
That's when you finished the first
when,
loop?
That's when the first loop was finished here.
It's only here in the summer.
As
It's
Andy's
in there.
grandson, what stories can you tell
Oh, God.
I want to hear this.
Wait a minute, in regards to what? In which subject? If we're talking about the railroad,
Yeah, he was real little when we started building
you
this.
came here in '88, right?
We're
Yeah,
talking
So
about
we
his-
really struck ground in '89, right?
Yeah, basically.
It was a lot of work. Tractor,
Well,
tarps.
you were here in 1988,
Yeah.
but you were sick all the time here.
What was that, 8 or 9?
Hmm?
You helped build that one at the house on Fair Street?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
dropped down from the ceiling, it's a 8 by 8, so, and we drop it down.
Yeah, it was on cables down
Yeah.
from the ceiling.
We would lower it down when I
Yeah.
wanted to use it, and it had a yard on it. Came up, upper level with the loop and sidetrack on there, and came back down. And I played with that for a couple of years until we moved.
What scale?
HO?
Do any of those stories, those stand out for you in your memory?
The one with the jet that crashed. That one. It was a military jet, wasn't it? That crashed.
Well, yeah, it
in?
was a Marine car jet.
Crashed near the railroad?
Yeah, what he
In
took,
Cumbres.
he aborted. He was a fighter jet, and he took off at El Toro, and or he didn't take off. He was taking off, and he had a problem, so he aborted the takeoff, but he went way past the abort sign, and alongside the runway, and so he couldn't stop, and he went the end of the runway through a fence onto the track just as the train got there.
Oh, and you've got pictures of it in there with
Oh,
the
yeah.
cars, and
Yeah,
I remember that one forever.
yeah, and derailed the locomotive, of course, and the track. There's the picture that the track bends up in the air in a big loop.
Yeah, it's something.
Well, you
that
saw
sticks with
those
you.
pictures in
I've
there.
got those
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah.
Well, that one jet one really does.
Yeah.
I mean, just the visual of it with the pictures says
It's a
it
very
all.
unusual kind
It's
of
kind of
deal.
like, how'd this happen?
Yeah.
And how did you end up there, for one?
Well, I did it because of the newspaper. See,
That's right.
when I was still on, I did really when I went to work for the railroad too, but I was still with the Orange City Police Department. And I did most of the photo processing for the local newspaper. I did photo assignments also when I could, but I still did all of their negative development and printing the pictures and everything for the newspaper. And anyway, that's how I ended up taking those pictures.
It was the right time, or right place at the right
Yeah.
time, pretty much.
That no, I was sent out there.
I want a copy of the one where he's 12 years old with that train wreck, the steam engine. I couldn't believe that picture.
That's interesting.
And what are the chances you would find a picture of yourself when you were 12
He had
with a train wreck?
most of
I
it
mean, it's just
cataloged, which is
amazing.
incredible.
When I was on the police department, the agent, the last agent in Orange was a guy, George Lightfoot. And I've known him since I was a little kid. And they ended up living across the street from us for a while and so forth. Anyway, I got a call to go down. I was working days, got to go down to the railroad depot. So I went down there and George Lightfoot came out with 2 big pictures in frames. He says, "Which one do you want?" And I said, "Well, I want that one," because that was a steam engine laying on its side. And I knew I saw myself in that picture. And that's the first time I'd seen it. And it was kind of interesting. So what they did, the train went by and the fireman would reach out and get the hoop on his arm. He'd take the train order off of it, then he'd throw the hoop on the ground. Well, somebody had to go get those hoops, and as a kid, I used to do that. So I didn't do it every day, but
I about 5 of them.
no. Those
I
are-
counted 5.
Yeah, well, those are all different. But anyway, another time he called me, I got called, I should say, to go down to the railroad depot, and I went down there, and there was George again, and he had 2 wax seals in his hand. "Which one do you want?" One of them was Wells Fargo, Orange, California, and the other one was California Central Railroad, Orange, California. And I took that one, which is kind of rare. And it's here in this desk.
I can't imagine living in a time where you could still get those at the train depot. What a different time.
Well, he's been
Well-
around a while.
When they closed the Orange
I
Depot,
didn't say it.
when they closed the Orange Depot, I was
Yeah.
division special agent by this time. And I went down there that night that they closed it. And I went in, I opened this one cupboard door, which was just a kind of a little small closet by the bay windows. And I saw something and I just had to pick it up, and it's laying up there. There's that stick sticking out.
Yeah.
Okay, pull that out.
Gently.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's a white flag. And when I was a kid, I'd go down the railroad depot, and Orange was a flag stop for a lot of the passenger trains. And they had tickets for somebody to get on. And I was down there, and they said, "Oh, it's coming. Go out and flag it." And I'd go out as a kid and flag it with this flag. Look at the stick, it's all worn and everything like that. I'm sure it's the same flag. It really looks like it.
Does it feel the same?
Huh? Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Well, look at the handle, it's all,
Oh, you did this
it's
a
all,
lot.
it's
This
not
thing's
new,
worn in.
yeah. Anyway, and of course the engineer gave me a toot toot, meaning that he saw my signal, and then it stopped the train.
Did you ever get to go out with your grandfather?
Taught me how to develop black and white photos in the black room or dark room out in the garage then.
Oh, that's neat.
So that was really cool. And I still have those prints. So I mean, a lot here. I mean, a lot. We did it quite a bit. Most of the early pictures I took were horrible. I'm not gonna lie. But they got better. And I mean, it was fun. We'd hop in here, we'd hit Hermosa, from Hermosa, boom, to the S-curve, all the way up to Shalona, maybe you make Rockwood if you're lucky, and then up to Silverton sometimes.
You know, I'll tell you a funny story about them.
Fun though.
When I was working here in the security department, went over to the shop one day where they were working on the motor cars, and they had a Santa Fe motor car in there that they were re-gauging to narrow gauge.
That's how I remember it.
And the
Oh, yeah.
head of the
Actually,
department,
before that,
he said,
Wow.
"We gotta rip all that rubber
Yeah.
stuff off those wheels
Oh, yeah, I could see before it trembled.
because,
From
you know,
for the breakfast table.
we don't want it on there." And they said, "Well," I said, "Well, why, you know, but they're insulated anyway, they're not gonna operate the signals. Why do you wanna take the rubber off?" "Well, we don't need that on there, we just want steel wheels." Well, guess what? You rode up there, you gotta just the other side of Hermosa and start up the hill, and if the track's wet, you can't get up the hill. You have to get out and walk, push the darn motor car to go up the hill.
It's also your traction.
Yeah, and that's why they had
Lost
the rubber
traction.
wheels on there, because it gives
For a
you the
reason.
traction.
For a reason.
How about when he ran his train at your place in Albuquerque for the first time?
Oh, that was 1990.
I have no idea.
It was about, because I had a track in Albuquerque. I started the same year he did. I started in '88,
Oh.
and by '89 my track was done. Wasn't this big though, and I had help.
Well, we watched some of the videos a couple of months ago. It looked pretty large to me.
We had 1,800 feet of track.
How many feet is this railroad?
This got to be 3,000 with everything, I think.
Really?
Oh, not quite. No.
No.
No? Well, when you maintain it, it seems like it is.
Well, if you add all the stuff together, that's a little different.
Well, that's what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying.
if you double track it around,
Yeah.
it's gotta
Yeah.
be over 3,000.
Exactly.
That puts you
But, yeah,
3/4 of a
he
mile.
would come to Albuquerque with his trains. In fact, the unload facility here is from Albuquerque. It's my unload facility I had down there. But when we sold out and left, I salvaged the turntable in the unload facility because we needed it here. So about
Smart thinking.
about 2012, I moved all that out of Albuquerque, brought it up here, and that's now the unload facility for this railroad. And I met him through the hobby. And I don't know, did Bruce introduce us originally?
No, I think John Rossborough.
Oh, Rossborough, okay. John Rossborough is a friend
I'm
of ours
sure.
who lives in Los Lunas, New Mexico, who's
Yeah.
in the hobby.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like you begin to know when you get in the hobby, people from all over the country that are in this. A lot, and you say, oh, I know so and so from there, and it's just, you know, it's a small world when you get in this hobby, at least in this scale.
Oh, that rifle?
1969. I bought
That's
those.
right.
That's a Winchester carbine, 30-30,
Is it loaded?
gold plated, and it's got the spike on it. Tell me all about it.
Well, it's got a disc on it.
engraved,
It's
right?
got a disc on it.
Yeah.
There's a coin on it, is what it is. It's in the.
Do you still have the original box?
Oh yes.
You have to have the original box too.
The original box is worth more than the rifle.
And you don't have the pistol though.
Huh?
You don't have the pistol.
We don't
No.
talk about this on
I have the pistol. It's all right, it's an evolve.
I was assistant division special agent in 1969, and no, I must have been division special agent. I was,
You were.
and at any rate, this was in San Bernardino, and John Swinehart, who was he was the assistant division special agent for the UP, and he came out. And he said, let's go for a ride. And I said, where are we going? He said, I want to go over to Colton. Went over to Colton, went to this gun shop. And he said, you got any of those Centennial rifles for the Golden Spike ceremony? Yeah, I got a couple. And he said, okay, I want one. And I said, oh, I better get one too.
Yep.
And I did. And you know, they're beautiful.
I only just noticed the golden spike on it.
Yeah.
I need to show you mine and the pistol.
Yeah, really? No
Colt,
kidding.
Colt issued a pistol in a
Real guns
case.
too, right?
Oh,
Just-
yeah.
Showed the locomotives touching
Yeah.
it, promontory
But
on
you
the
don't
case
shoot
cover.
it, because if you shoot
No,
it,
no,
you
you
ruin
don't.
Nothing, yeah.
No, they're for
Wow.
their collection and
It's a
display.
showpiece.
They're showpiece, yes.
You know, these people like that make things like that, they're not dumb. They make they make so many of them, and that's it. And it's got to be some, you know, for a reason. But those all sell out.
I have a question.
Yes.
Who are the people in these photographs, Andy? I've seen them many times.
Woman, I don't remember who she was or what anything about her.
Well, she's in the fight.
She wasn't the one from the
Huh?
caboose, was she?
No, no. There's one, the hand-drawn one on the desk.
Yeah.
Did you find that one?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Showed me the one in the closet.
Well, that's even better.
I've seen the picture of all the UP or Santa Fe employees up there.
Oh yeah.
What about this picture over here on the right?
Which one?
The Mikado?
No, to the right of the door. There's a man with
those
a
two
top
people.
hat.
Oh, those two guys?
Yeah, who's that? It's just a Santa Fe crew. And an old
Yeah, it's
picture.
just a
Okay.
Santa Fe crew.
That's neat
right,
with the
yeah.
top hat and everything.
They still ran the Santa Fe mail train though. They had a mail train.
Well, but the mail train and the RPO is two different things.
Yeah.
The mail train, you see, what killed passenger traffic on the railroads is when the government quit shipping the mail on the railroad. They put them on airplanes instead. It used to be, you know, if you wanted something to get someplace quick, you paid airmail special.
Extra. Yeah.
You had you'd put this sticker on the side of the envelope, then they'd charge you that much more at the post office, and it would go by airmail.
That's what killed the San Juan train.
Well, sure, that's what killed all of the railroad. Yeah.
When the mail contract went away, it killed the Rio Grande Southern
Okay.
and the San Juan service from Palomosa.
Okay.
All that.
Yeah. Let's go back. Let's using the Rio Grande Southern as an example. The Rio Grande Southern had passenger trains, and the mail went on those trains. Okay, now when we had the crash in '29, the government said you still have to run those trains because you gotta take the mail. Well, there may not be any mail. Don't make a difference. You still have to run the train. Well, now the passenger traffic dwindled down to nothing, but they still had to run the trains. So you had at least a 4-man crew, maybe a 5-man crew on the train. And all of that, and all you hauled was a little bit of mail, and maybe no passengers or just a few passengers. So they got the bright idea, they made the gooses. And that's why they made them, is just one person could run that goose,
Yeah.
and that took care of everything.
Yeah.
And that's why they did it. And all the railroads went to voter,
Geese.
well, they didn't call them geese.
Yeah.
They were geese here, and they were skunks on the California Western.
Yeah.
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 But other railroads had motor cars. If you ever go down to Berlin, there's at the depot, just by the depot, is one of the Santa Fe motor cars. And it was an articulated one. It was quite a nice one. It's been partially restored, and they have it in a fenced area with semaphore signals and stuff. They fixed it up pretty nice.
So what do you know about the Amos Sweeney?
Oh, I could tell you a whole lot about it. It was built for the movie Ticket to Tomahawk.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever watched the movie Ticket to Tomahawk, in order to keep that railroad contract,
Which is
they had to be in Tomahawk by a certain date.
It runs.
And the 20, RGS 20 was the locomotive they used.
Yep.
And they got to a point where they'd taken up the track. The bad guys had taken up the track. They didn't want them to get into town. So they dismantled the locomotive and carried it all the way up to where the track was again, and they put it back together. Well, what they carried, and the locomotive they carried across there, was what's down there at the park. It's all made out of wood. And it was a beautiful model, really, when you think about it. It's a 1-to-1 model, of course, but after the movie, oh boy, it ended up in Jackson, California, up in that neck of the woods. It had been in a studio for a while, I guess, in Southern California, then went up there. And it was getting to where it was falling apart. And George Niederreiter was able to get a hold of it, and I don't know what he did, but they raised money to get it and brought it here. And then they restored it here.
Well, that was part of a trade out for the 315, wasn't it?
No.
I thought that was part of the
No, the
trade-out.
315 had nothing to do with it.
Oh, okay.
That they just put it. The 315 was taken out of the park is when all of this happened, where they got the Amos Sweeney.
Right.
And
So do you know where the original engines that ran on the line ended up?
Knott's Berry Farm has 2. Colorado
Well,
Railroad
but-
Museum has
Wow.
1.
Wait a
Osprey
minute.
has one currently.
The-
Durango's borrowing one currently.
the 2 at Knott's Berry
Top
Farm are
secret
Rio Grande
shit.
Southern.
How you doing?
They're
We
not
don't know
Denver and
nothing.
Rio Grande. They're Rio Grande Southern.
Yes, but the
Yeah,
the
RG.
Rio Grande Southern engine was a Rio Grande engine that the RGS purchased in 1916. So it was a Rio Grande engine from 1881 to 1916.
Well, I know. but
And then it became an RGS engine.
yeah. And the number 20 was an RGS.
Yeah. And the Emma Sweeney is actually at the Colorado Railroad Museum, the real one,
The 20.
the RGS 20. And
Which
it
is
is in
fully
service.
restored.
It is in service, it runs.
Yeah, it's been rebuilt and
Yes.
running.
It's doing hot laps.
Yeah.
And the very early ones
about it.
were at Knott's Berry.
Pardon me?
Say the very early ones were at Knott's Berry Farm.
The 1881
There's only
is,
only one.
is Knott's Berry Farm.
Which engine is that?
346, I think?
What
No,
time-
340
Oh, yeah.
What time do
340,
you
sorry.
have to get
and
there?
RGS 41.
I've got almost half an hour.
Oh,
The 41's at Knott's Berry
Well,
Farm.
yeah.
The
yeah.
He has a Paul Whiteman trombone he tried to play for me one time.
Yeah, then I don't play too good.
You tried
Well,
to
I
play
think
it?
you just needed another Manhattan for that.
He tried to play it?
Yeah,
You can't play the trombone, I have to tell you.
I used to be able to play a trombone.
I could probably do better than you. Maybe. It's been a while.
All three of us, I don't know about Karl, but all three of us like the same kind of drinks.
Well, those are great.
Margaritas and
Yes,
cocktails mostly.
yeah.
Well, actually, the word
Oh, I don't mind
one
it
drink,
once in a while, too.
alcohol.
Bill, what do you remember about meeting Andy and
Well, through the hobby, totally through the hobby. We both came from the same place, Southern California, but we didn't know each other. He wasn't an inch and a half then, but my father was. So I was an inch and a half back in the 50s in Southern California. But he was hanging out with the, what was it, HO, the HO crowd?
Yeah.
Leo Campbell scale models.
Well, and we had a big layout being built at Tom Ayer's home, which he had air scale models. And that's kind of a strange story, you know, in a sense. Well, think about it, you know. I met Leo at an O-Gauge club in the early 50s. And we were both building HO models or layouts at our home. And so we got to be good friends right off, and we decided we'd work on each other's railroads, and we did it once a week. And every other week we went to each other's home that way. And then ended up that Marshall Nelson got involved with it, and several others. And Tom Ayers then got involved. And Tom had a 20 by 40 room built at his home for a layout, and so we decided instead of going to each other's homes and stuff once a week, we would go over there and work. And it was a great big, huge railroad that was being built.
What was the name of that club?
The Orange Western Lines, OWL.
Oh, really? HO Scale Club, Orange Western Lines.
Yeah.
Okay.
so how did the two of you meet and become friends? And
I was in college here. I had just started. I was 18 years old, and I had a friend named Ollie Mallet who was a rail fan. Maybe you knew Ollie. And he called up Andy and said, "Oh, Adam and his mom would like to come to your summer steam up." So we came out here, and he took me in the depot, and he showed me the old sheet music for on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe, and pointed out, which I had never noticed, that the railroad owned the copyright on the song, not the composers. That was kind of neat. Of course, I was blown away by the collection, and then I started coming to the summer steam up every year, and that's how I met Bill Severance. And I probably ran Bill's trains first. I can't quite even remember.
what's Bill's background?
Well, Bill grew up in Southern California. His father was in the hobby, in the inch and a half scale hobby. And Bill just stayed with it all of his life.
Bill's probably been doing it longer than you, 50 years.
Oh, heavens. it
Yeah,
probably
50
so.
years.
And he had his dad's stuff plus what he had. And
You know, something else about Andy is that he's really a remarkable photographer and started doing railroad photography very early on in the 50s, and he has a
54.
It's a remarkable collection, not only of the Santa Fe Railroad, which he worked for, and the Durango and Silverton, but all kinds of other things like Union Pacific Big Boys when they were still in use in the 50s. And this looks like mostly Santa Fe pictures in this.
Well, they're just all sorts
Oh, look!
Yeah.
This was a great idea, Marc.
Well, what this picture is E. Collins Bradley, or one of the Santa Fe professional photographers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a posed picture. It was from York Canyon, which is no, they don't do that.
Oh, really? Is it gone now?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it was all coal out of York Canyon. And then this is the Steve Allen show.
Oh,
This is where we were setting it up at the show.
I haven't seen that picture yet.
Oh, I thought you had it.
I have some of them. I don't think
Yeah,
I've
this-
seen them all. Oh, and then that's a
That's
little
the
article.
article.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
copied
yeah.
the article for me.
This is where...
That's you, isn't
yeah,
it?
that's me.
It's you.
We're unloading his layout, which became part of it. at the Steve Allen show.
Is this Leo Campbell? No.
Yeah, no, that's me.
That's
oh,
you.
Leo's way back in there. This is Marshall
Okay.
Nelson. Leo and I met each other in the 50s. And we were in an O-Gauge club in Santa Ana, at the Orange County Fairgrounds, actually. And we hit it off immediately. And we were both building HO layouts at home. So we decided what we would do is 1 week on a Wednesday, we'd work at his house, and the next week we'd work at my house on the railroad. In 1960, he started Campbell Scale Models, and he came out with 2 little bridges, and then he made some cars, a couple of cars, and went back and built the buildings and all of that type of stuff.
Leighton Keeling was president of the NMRA, is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And that's him there.
Yeah.
Neat. Oh, what great
This
shots.
is my train here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's
And there's-
Dorothy Lamour.
Yeah. The moon of Manakura.
These are just pictures taken.
Oh, that's great. You
the
can
show.
see you in the background, and there's
Yeah.
Steve Allen.
Yeah,
And I think that must be Leo, isn't it?
it probably is.
Yeah. There's one shot in the show where the camera pans to the left and you can actually see Andy and Leo.
Well, you have to
Just
look real
briefly,
quick,
yeah.
And this is a display at the Bowers Museum in
Oh,
Santa Ana.
neat. You know, I played a concert
Yes,
there.
I know you did.
Huh.
Yeah, this is what we built.
I don't think that's there anymore.
No.
Yeah.
It was just built just for that. And
Oh, my goodness.
well, let's see.
That's some derailment pictures here.
Well, we'll see what's in between here.
The Bowers Museum.
Yeah, that's it. Now this picture here is 1942, and I'm right there.
No kidding. Wow.
I have a piece of this engine over here in the other room.
It's not true it derailed because you put your foot out
No.
on the rail.
No, what happened is this was the San Bernardino local. It came into Orange, and then it backed out and went to the Y, and then went into LA through Anaheim and Fullerton. And the engineer didn't read his stuff right, and he started out onto the main, and then he realized that he shouldn't be there, and he tried to back up. And this is what hit him, this diesel.
Oh, my.
That was a San Diegan. There's,
How in the world did you get a copy of the picture that has you in it when you were 12 years old?
well, first of all, out in the depot, out in my old darkroom, there's a great big picture of this.
Oh,
And they were given this one, and I think maybe this one, were given to the depot in frames by the photographer that took them. And this guy here, that's Harold Richardson. He ended up being chief of police in Orange.
okay.
Anyway,
So you got the pictures after you worked for the Santa Fe.
I got called
You
one
found
day,
them.
and
essentially.
the agent that was there, George Lightfoot, he said, "Do you want this one or do you want this one?" Well, I want this one.
Well,
actually.
sure.
So that's out in the depot. But then, anyway, he had the whole set of pictures. So I took him into LA and copied them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I have
Oh,
them.
great.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Now, this is an interesting one here. See this bent rail?
Yeah.
Well, this is what bent it.
It's an airplane
Yep.
crashed into the train track?
Yep.
My
See
goodness.
it there?
Yeah.
This was a Del Toro.
What's all over
And
the plane?
about
It looks like
1959, huh?
It looks like there's snow all over the plane or
Well,
something.
no, it's foam.
Oh,
Yeah.
from
What happened? The pilot, it was taken off at Del Toro Marine Base, and he had a problem, and he went past the abort line post, so he tried to stop it, but he couldn't, and he went through the fence at the end of the runway, right on the railroad track, just as the train got there.
oh my.
And these are the engineer and the fireman.
Oh
This
my
is
goodness.
this is a wreck at AA, Arizona. I don't know who took these pictures. But now this is the one we were talking about at Catella,
Yeah.
where the two
Oh.
PAs turned over.
Mm-hmm. Did you take these
No.
photos? No.
No, and a City of Orange fireman. What happened? That accident happened midday or so along it. I was in Pomona, and I heard about it on the radio. So on my way home, I went by it, and they said, no, the superintendent was there, my superintendent was there, and he said, no, you come back at midnight and you stay here until the track's open again. So then the next day, they came and they said, who took pictures? Well, nobody took pictures. And, oh boy, they were all mad.
Ooh.
And there's this guy, there's his trailer.
Wow.
There's the cab here. And you can see the 15.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the guy from the claim department came down, and I didn't know him. Freight claimant, the personal injury claim department is what I'm trying to say. He came down and he says, nobody took any pictures. And he demanded that we take pictures. So they had to call LA and get the camera to come down. And here he came. Now this is how strange it was. I didn't know this guy, which is, I knew everybody else in that department. And he said he wanted me to stand at Catella Avenue and take a picture of the crossbuck, which is like, over half a mile away. And this is in the afternoon, mind you, with the sun shining. He said, I want you to use a flash bulb and get a reflection off that crossbuck. I said, you're out of your mind. And he got mad at me, and I said, look, I'm not gonna waste a flash bulb, because you're not gonna get anything. God, he got mad. Anyway, so I ended up finding a City of Orange fireman that had taken these pictures. So, so what he did, I gave him a case of film. If he'd let me take the film and process them and make prints and then give him the negatives back. And he okayed that. That's the only reason Santa Fe had any pictures. Now I have to complete the story. About 2 days later, about 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm at our office. Phone rings, and it's this same guy from the personal injury claim department. He said, "What are you doing for lunch?" I says, "What do you mean by that?" He said, "Well, I want to take you to lunch." I said, "Well, okay." So he came and picked me up, and he took me. We went to a very nice place for lunch. And I said, "Okay, what's the deal?" He says, "Well, I got back and I told the boss that you wouldn't do anything that I asked you to do. And the boss said, I want you to do something. You got a choice. You can either quit now or apologize to him and take him to lunch and apologize to him. Or he said, and frankly, he said, I don't have to keep you, you know. I can fire. Well, Lou Kettering, his boss, was a very close friend of mine. Anyway, this is another one where you hit cows. See the cows?
Oh my goodness.
That was at the same intersection.
Dangerous place.
Yeah. Now this is, this one here, I was in Fullerton when this one happened, and this is all just down the track from where that other one was. And this gravel truck hit the side of the train. And see how it's kind of hard to see, but see how this car is all beat up here? Well, what happened, the gravel went into this car here, and there was a sailor standing in the vestibule. He got killed. And then the car was derailed, and then it re-railed and came over on the other side and hit the edge of the bridge and peeled it. You can see how it was peeled back there. Yeah. There was a high-priced newsman by the name of Lowell Thomas. And I was getting ready to take these pictures, and here he came. Now I had a suit on. I we never wore uniforms or anything. So he didn't know who I was. And he says, "Get out of here." He said, "I've got to get this for the news. I want to take pictures in here and so forth." And he says, "If you don't get out of here right now, I'll get Anaheim PD to throw you out." And I flipped my badge and I said, "It's the other way around.
And that's why.
When I'm through taking pictures, you can come in here and take pictures." And he left. This is the bridge where it hit.
Man, Lowell Thomas, why is that familiar?
Oh, but it
was a big
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And now this is another time. This is 51 again. And you can see it's got garbage all over it. And all the windows broken on this side of the train. And this is what it hit, was this garbage truck. This is in Santa Ana. This is a little depot out of La Junta, out on the branch line out of La Junta. And I really thought I just had to take pictures of them because I wanted to do something like this someday.
I was going to
And-
say it looks a lot like your
Well,
depot.
yeah, and I wanted to have something to go by.
Neat.
Yeah, it was a neat little building. Now this was a washout in 1969 on Cajon Pass.
Wow.
I know there's places where you can see the tracks hanging just in midair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here. You see, kind of a mess.
Wow.
Yeah,
No kidding.
yeah. Now, this was our youngest daughter. Now this engine here, that's the 1492, and my bell in there is from this engine.
No kidding.
Where did that engine run?
It was just in California. Well, I said in California, it was Southern Pacific. It's Central Pacific to begin with. It was in service when they had the Palmertory, when they had the Golden Spike ceremony. Yes,
Wow.
that was that old. It was dismantled in the early 1900s, and they made a pile driver out of it, out of the boiler and the running, or not the drivers, but the pistons and everything. And the bell went on the boom of the pile driver, and it stamped 1492 on the board, on the bell. And it originally was the Young America, and then it was renumbered another time, and then it became the 1492. Yeah, but these, this is the derailment here in Durango.
And that was what year again?
I don't know, I think it was 58.
And where was the wreck located?
It was just out of town here.
By Three Springs, wasn't it?
Past, I think it was on the other side of the highway though. Yeah, it was kind of a mess.
This is a dangerous book. A lot of disasters.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, there's all sorts.
Amazing.
Remember he said there weren't very many wrecks though.
Huh?
Not very many wrecks. Sure.
Well, no, I didn't say that. You asked me about whether I went to very many wrecks. This is kind of a neat picture here. The Santa Fe built a piggyback loading facility at Empire, California. And that's where the Modesto and Empire Traction Company came into. And Gallo Wine was one of the Santa Fe's biggest customers. And they went to piggyback. So the railroad built a piggyback ramp. So they just brought the trailers out there and loaded them on rail cars for the Santa Fe. Now, a lot of these pictures, I have no idea where they're from.
It's quite a collection, though.
Yeah.
Did you go to the fair in San Francisco?
Oh, yes, yeah. You know, I can't tell you what year it was. It's either, well, it's probably 1940 is when we went up there. I just don't know. 40 or even 41, who knows? I just don't remember.
What stands out to you most about that fair?
Oh, probably the model railroad stuff. I spent a lot of time looking at those trains going around.
You just said it was the SP layout you liked the best?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that yet.
yeah.
Yeah, he was there, I think, when it opened 35.
Jay.
Well, no, it was
39.
39, yeah.
Yes. Do you know what that island was originally for?
Well, they built the island
Yeah.
for the fair.
It was originally going to be the San Francisco airport.
Well,
Oh,
Pan Am flew out of there with the
What
China
island?
Clippers. Yeah.
Treasure Island.
The fair was on Treasure Island.
Yeah. But
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And they raised that up out of the mud flats for the airport.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't know that, but of course Pan Am flew out of there, and with the Clippers, and you know we could see all those when we were there. And here's a picture that we had a guy that worked for us, a special agent, who had gone to that photography school in Santa Barbara. And I think he flunked out of it, to be truthful with you. He was the greatest photographer in the world. And when I was hired in July of '59, they put me in charge of the darkroom right off. That was my responsibility. Well, this was a derailment happened in March. I believe it was March of 1960. The San Francisco chief had hit a tank truck out there, killed 14 people.
Gee.
And anyway, they sent him there to take the pictures and everything. Well, he came back with a whole batch of pictures. This was the only one that you could print. There was nothing else was any good. I don't know what in the world, what he did, but anyway, I made a copy for me, and that's their San Francisco, city, or San Francisco Chief's dome car, and this was the tank truck.
How many train incidents, for lack of a better term, derailments, etc., did you actually have to investigate a year?
A year? Oh, there'd be no way of explaining that. Maybe none. We didn't, well, I went to quite a few derailments, but yeah, probably 5 or 6 in my entire career with the Santa Fe that were of any consequence.
Well, Andy,
Yes, sir.
any stories about laying your track out there?
Well, not really. When we moved here in '88, I made up sections of track and laid them on either side of the property. So people, if they wanted to sell the property on either side, they would know there was a railroad here. I didn't want to have people move in and then us start the railroad and say, hey, we don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
And they could create a problem. But
Sharp.
other than that, I built panels in the depot. After we built the depot building, I built track panels in there and brought them out. And
Which loop came first, the inside or the outside loop?
the inside one,
Which is aluminum, right?
it's
And
still aluminum, yes. Yeah.
And the outside is the
It
steel
was
rail.
aluminum also, but then I put in the
Switched.
steel rail.
Gotcha.
And Leo Campbell made me many ties,
Oh,
and I used to soak them in oil here, and it was quite a lot of effort. A man by the name of Tom Mosier, who's passed away many years ago, he came over with a Fresno blade, which is a road scraper, and he followed me walking around the track, around the yard. I walked where I wanted the track to be, and he drug it and cleaned it with that Fresno blade.
How long did it take
awesome.
you to actually put all the track in?
Oh boy, probably 2 or 3 years. I can't tell you off the top of my head the year that we had our what would be called a golden spike ceremony. It was the brass screw ceremony. I didn't have gold spikes, so
well, brass will do.
yeah. Well, they were brass plated. And yeah, and they were kind of neat. Yeah, but it's a redwood tie.
Where is it still on the track somewhere?
No,
It's
it's in the depot.
symbolic.
Yeah, well,
Symbolic brass.
well, when they had the Golden Spike ceremony at Promontory
Yeah.
in 1869,
Yeah.
they had a redwood tie.
Oh, really?
Oh yes, and then the Golden Spikes.
Gotcha.
And so I didn't have the golden spikes, but I had the redwood tie. But I had to make look like gold spikes. I had brass screws.
Your railroad's 1.5" scale?
Yes.
So what are some of the other 1.5" scale railroads that you've taken your train to?
Phil Nelson here in town, and I belong to the Maricopa Live Steamers, and I go down there. In fact, I have an engine in cars down there, and
I joined the club too.
yeah,
Couldn't help.
and I've been to Kevin Rowell's place in Cholo, Arizona.
How much track do those people have and what's their scenery like?
Well, Maricopa Live Steamer's got like 13 miles of track.
I think it's 16 or 17 actually.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they exaggerate.
I think you exaggerated a hair, but
It's
like
remarkable.
our main line here is like 2,000, a little over 2,000 feet. That's continuous running without having to turn around or anything.
Originally, there was only one loop, and then you added the second loop
Yes, yeah.
not that long ago, right? In
Oh,
the
it's
last
been
10
several
years,
years. It's
yeah.
been quite a while, yeah. But I enjoyed the Golden Gate live steamers. I didn't have any equipment there, but I ran their public train, not every Sunday, but an awful lot of Sundays, darn near every Sunday for several years. I'd go over, and they had an Atlantic locomotive that was really nice, and I enjoyed it. And
You
all the
used to run
public-
it. You used to run at Bill Severance place in Albuquerque, right?
Well, once.
just once.
Well, that only was I was there other times.
Yeah. On the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. Wabash Cannonball. I'll do Orange Blossom Special next. Let's do that.
I do know one called Railroad Blues. It's called When the Midnight Choo Choo Leaves for Alabama.
She's a darn nice girl, but don't bring Lulu. Wreck on the Southern Old 97. Sometimes it's called just the wreck of the 97, sometimes the wreck on the Southern Old 97. This is called Railroad Man. So I would like to say something before I leave, which is that
Oh, you're not going to buy man.
no. I want to say that it is a dream come true for me to get to learn to run an 1.5-inch scale train. I have wanted to do this since I was a kid, and now that I own one, thanks to Andy's encouragement, it's a thrill to me, and I want to thank him for that. About what year did you meet Leo Campbell?
In the early 50s.
Early 50s. Mm-hmm. He was one of the famed builders of HO scale scenery and buildings and so forth.
Well, he was a house painter when I met him, and but he and I both were building model railroads at our homes.
Mm-hmm.
So once a week we went to one of our homes and worked on railroads. And in 1960 he started his business, and he built bridges to begin with, and then he ended up with some cars, and then he expanded, and he was one of the largest model railroad manufacturers actually in the country. And yeah.
And then he moved his business to Durango.
Yes.
The manufacturing business,
Yes.
because you and Lucile came here.
Well, they wanted to move out of Santa Ana, California, and they basically came here because we were here.
Campbell scale models.
He and I were very close friends, and
How long was the Campbell Model Company in Durango?
quite a few years. I don't remember just what year they moved here. They moved here in the early 90s, and he built a home here. But they've been gone, 10 or 15 years it seems like. I don't remember exactly. They sold the business to another man by the name of Campbell, and it's still in operation in Oregon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had HO scale stuff he built when I was a kid, and it said Durango, Colorado on it, and I never knew why until I met Andy. You know.
All his early kits all show Tustin as an address.
And he even did 2 models named after you, right?
Yes.
There are 2 of them. Tell us what they are.
Well, it's the Saez Session Door Company,
Yeah.
and there's 2 separate models for it.
And he's even still got the HO scale trains, some of them that were used on the Steve Allen show.
Bill Severance.
We took pictures at Bill's house that he has on the wall, which is sort of on the other side of the highway, of some of the oil wells that belong to his family, the oil rigs. And I'm using one of them for the logo on my railroad for my engines a month.
He has a house across over here
And a real nice G-gauge layout in the backyard too,
in North Dalton.
where I've been running my Live Steam K27.
Alvi Lyons was the conductor here, and he is the one that worked so hard to get the tourists to come here and ride the train, and everybody felt that he was the one that really made the railroad survive here, that it probably wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for his activities.
What were some of the activities that he did to get people here?
Well, you just talked to him on train. He was a conductor here, like I say, on the Silverton. And in fact, the first time we rode in 1955, he was our conductor.
Wow.
Yeah. And is that one time when I was working in the security department of the railroad in the early 90s, there was a man out there outside the depot, and I started talking to him. He was from back east someplace. And I said, do you like railroads? He said, oh yes, I'm a conductor. And I said, oh really? He said, yeah, my name is Lyons. I said, are you kidding me? He says, no, that's my real name. And I said, just a minute. I knew Alvi was inside the depot. I opened the door, I said, Alvi, come out here a minute. I want you to meet Conductor Lyons. And the guy looked at me and I said, yeah, Conductor Lyons, I want you to meet Conductor Lyons. Got an engine coming.
That's a light one.
That's a light engine, so we had a doubleheader.
Yeah, today you did. It was Saturday, you probably did.
Yeah.
But I was so funny that two Conductor
With
Lyons.
the same name, no
Yeah.
kidding.
Amos Cordova, did you know him at all?
I still do know him.
Yeah.
We're pretty
Amos
good.
and Andy.
We're pretty good friends. In fact, that's kind of true. I had met Amos the day, he moved here in 61 was his, I believe that was his first year here. And what had happened, it's kind of interesting. I'd written a letter to the Rio Grande offices, to the president, and asked to see if I could get engine permit to ride from Chama up to Cumbres on a locomotive, and that would be in Denver to find out if that would be approved. And we got there, and they said no, they couldn't let me do that because they couldn't give me passes any longer. They had no tariff, therefore there would be no insurance, but they would give me an engine permit to go to Silverton and back and ride on the engine. And they'd give me passes for my wife and children. We had the two kids at the time. And so that was fine. Well, we got here and I bought tickets for Leo and Ruth Campbell, or Ruth and her, I'm sorry, Leo and Erlene Campbell and their kid. And I said I wanted reservations in that same car for my wife and kids. And the clerk asked me if I had the tickets for my wife and so forth. I said, oh, I have passes. And they said right away, just very quickly, you ought to be smart enough to realize we don't honor passes on the Silverton branch. And I said, well, why would Mr. Hale give them to me? He was vice president, general manager of the railroad. And Amos heard that and ran clear over the window, and he says, they're good, they're good, they're good, and took care of everything. And it was quite an experience, and he very clearly remembers everything about it. The morning that we rode, I came out of the roundhouse sitting on the tender, and we made a joint with the train, and there were two men standing there in suits, and this one man said, okay, you've had your fun, bub, get off the tender. And I said, no, I have permission to ride on the engine. And they said, oh, are you Mr. Saez? And I said, yes. And this man said, well, I'm the train master from Alamosa, and the other gentleman was a special agent from Alamosa. And we're here to ride with your family in the car, so we'll take care of them. You don't have to worry about them all day till we get back. And I thought it was really kind of neat. And Amos, he still, like I say, remembers that. It was quite a deal. But we see Amos quite often. He has come here and played with the telegraph.
What was Amos's history with the railroad?
He was an agent. He was agent operator is what they would have called. I don't know what they call them on the Rio Grande, but that's what I'm sure it was.
Amos told me he started with the Rio Grande Railroad in Chama in 1950. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's about right, yeah.
He's probably one of the longest running Rio Grande employees that's left. Would be my guess.
Well,
Might be one or two others.
yeah, well, anyway, he was a telegrapher. He was, I think, in Farmington. I think he was agent in Farmington. He
It
was
sounds
at
like he
Chama.
moved around a bit
Oh,
before
yeah,
he moved
well,
to Durango.
Yeah, all of those people do. You bid on jobs, and he had this job here, and he told me this story, that somebody was going to bump him. And you'd have to understand that union jobs on the railroad, if for whatever reason you got your job cut or something like that happened, or a job came open, then you could bid on those jobs. And if you had seniority and your job was abolished or whatever, then you could bid on any job that you had seniority to hold. And apparently he was, he tried to bump Amos, and the railroad promoted Amos actually to an exempt position, which was a supervisory position, and that way he couldn't be bumped.
I think he told me he grew up in Alamosa, so it wouldn't surprise me.
I don't
But
know.
he started in Chalma.
Yeah, I don't think he was in Alamosa.
Chama is what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Maybe
Chama.
that sounds
Yes,
right.
they lived there in Chama. Yes.
Amos told me he was in Argolis for some of the filming of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Now, you started with the Santa Fe in 1959, right?
That's correct.
What was your exact position at first?
I was a special agent or police officer for the railroad
Right.
in Los Angeles.
Did you sort of work your way up to...
In
Higher
1967,
positions?
I was promoted and became assistant division special agent, and then a year later I became division special agent for the LA division,
Gotcha, okay.
which was well, all the police from Needles to San Diego, excluding Los Angeles. Los Angeles
Oh, I see.
was a terminal division.
Separate thing?
Yeah.
What was the big train wreck in the early 60s that you went to help with, or that you went to see? Elwood, was Dave Elwood's father there? Was his name
yeah,
Jack Elwood, is
yeah,
that right?
but he was the engineer on the train.
Yeah, but you were there when this happened,
That's
sort of, right?
correct, yes. It was the middle 60s, about
Okay.
65 or so, yes. Two dump trucks, they were empty dump trucks. They were semi-dump trucks, gravel trucks, on College Boulevard there in Anaheim. They were at the stoplight at Catella, and it was about a half a mile from Catella to the railroad crossing. And they were young guys, both of them, and they decided they'd have a drag race out of that stoplight when it would turn green, which they did. They took off. And the one guy, his name was Lanfranco, he didn't see the train. The other guy did. He slammed on the brakes, but Lanfranco didn't. And
Oh, man.
it turned the two PA units over on their sides. And of course it killed him. And nobody, I don't think there was any real serious injuries on the train itself.
Good.
Yeah, but it was kind of a mess. I've got all the pictures of it. Right?
Were you already doing photography for the Santa Fe by that point?
Oh, along, yeah.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know the story on the potato truck that ran into the train?
Truck driver claimed that he had a problem with the brakes to begin with, and the people told him he had to take it anyway. And his remark was if he didn't, he'd have lost his job. So he took it anyway and had the load of potatoes. He came up from Hesperus, the top of the hill there, coming down into town, and lost control of the truck. And he sideswiped some stuff on the way down. And when he got to the end of, 160, where it hits 550, he flew across into the yard and hit 473, and derailed it and knocked it off the track. Kind of crushed the cab.
You did some night guard work here at the depot, right?
Well, okay, we moved here in '88, and in '89, in February of '89, the roundhouse caught fire and burned down. And I don't remember what month it was, but it was before the season started. You know, they were able to get the engines going for the season. It was kind of a mess. People came from all over the country and the world, actually. You'd be surprised how many people were here just because of that fire. And I worked for 3 summers for the railroad. I got 18 months with the railroad before I couldn't work anymore with railroad retirement. Yeah.
Now, when the roundhouse burned down, they didn't have the machine shop they have there now, right?
Oh, heavens no. No, all they had in there was, I know they had a lathe. I don't know if I don't even think there was a milling machine in there. I just don't remember. There wasn't much though. They may have had a mill. But anything that was done on the railroad went to Alamosa, and they had a big shop there. And
Where the shop is now, is that the portion of the depot that burned?
no,
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
no.
They just,
Part of it is.
yeah.
Part of it
okay.
is, but most of it
Just
isn't.
kind of converted half of the roundhouse
Yeah.
into a shop.
Basically, the roundhouse today
Yeah.
is the same as it was.
Yeah.
So, and you
Good.
see that machine shop is all behind there. Yes, that was actually, the fire was a blessing in disguise, really, for the railroad. It cost Mr. Bradshaw an awful lot of money, but they can do everything in there. You know, they rebuild engines and everything, which they could never have done before. And
You can actually see some of the burn marks still on the old brick.
Oh, really?
well,
I'm
yeah,
not surprised.
the brick wall that's there, that separates the roundhouse from the museum.
Yeah.
That is an original wall.
Oh.
And the wall out in front there for a little ways where there's those windows that you can look into the shop, into the roundhouse part, that as you walk up to the museum, you walk along those windows and then go into a door, then the museum. And those windows, that wall was part of the roundhouse. But that's about it.
Can you tell people why there's 2 different heights to the roundhouse?
2 different heights?
Yeah, if you stand out at the turntable and you look back at the roundhouse, the left 2 stalls are taller than the other ones.
No, I don't
I
know.
didn't
I don't
know
know
that
why.
either.
So the turntable had dual tracks on it,
Oh, well,
and those were for the standard gauge engines.
that was back. That's standard gauge went to Armington. Yeah, and in fact, there's still a piece of 3-rail track there in the yard. If you know where to find it, it's just a small
Really?
piece. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Unless they've destroyed it since I was there, but no, I didn't know that part. You're talking about the old roundhouse then, Ben?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
but-
it's still there. That-
Is it?
Yeah.
Well,
Just those 2 stalls, that portion of it?
Just that portion. And you know where the original balloon track was?
yeah, we just right down there, right down in the yard.
The original balloon track is where the parking lot is.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Involved at all with Chama and the Friends of the Cumberland Toltec?
No,
Do you know the history of why the cars were here, the engines were over there?
I don't know. I think what happened is when when they abandoned the railroad when they got a permission to abandon, and it was 68, I guess it was, along in there. And what was here, they tore up the tracks. What was here was left here, and what was in Chama was left there. And Antonito, I don't remember, I just don't know, because they got rid of the shops in Alamosa, and of course there was no more. They didn't go to Alamosa anymore, even out of Chama. Yeah, see, all the open cars here are all standard gauge cars.
I didn't know
Oh,
that.
yes. Oh, the Rio Grande did that.
Yeah.
All the open cars, when you get on them, you'll notice that they're a little bit wider than the coaches.
Gotcha.
They were cattle cars that they stripped down or whatever, and then they made the open cars out of them. And well, we started coming here in '55, and I don't remember what year it was. I think they built there's 3 of the cars that are here that are, they're metal, or they're steel outsides, but they look like they're wooden cars.
You never saw the original Silver Vista, did you?
No,
In the 50s?
no,
I can't remember what year it burned.
didn't last long.
No, it's a shame. That's my favorite coach. Silver Vista. The recreation's beautiful.
Yeah.
So can you explain the reason for having a cab forward versus the standard engine?
Yes, they did that because of the tunnels and the snow sheds on the Southern Pacific Railroad, that you had all that smoke come in the cab going through the tunnels and things. And you see, well, they had some pretty long tunnels, but the snow sheds that are in over Donner, some of those are real long, or were real long, and they would be awfully hard to run a locomotive through there, and because of the smoke and things. So of course they were all oil burners anyway, but even so, there was a lot of smoke.
Do you know why the engines were all oil burners in California?
I don't know why, but they were.
Rockefeller owned Standard Oil, and he insisted that
Oh, really?
trains, and so everything up to California could be coal or wood.
Really?
California in, it had to be oil.
Well, anything going into California had to be oil.
Yeah.
See, the UP now, they're Challengers locomotives. There were some of those that were oil burners too. They were built as oil burners, and they came into LA.
Was there a train at the 1939 World's Fair in San Francisco? I thought I'd heard there was
I
kind
don't.
of tourist train or something.
I don't think so.
No.
The railroads had displays and big layouts
At the fair?
at the fair.
Really?
Oh yeah.
He
they
can
were
remember
huge.
it like yesterday.
Well, not quite.
Not quite yesterday, but.
But it was quite unique. The Southern Pacific one was the one that I always really enjoyed
Really?
as a kid. Well, I was like 9 years old. When I
I
was
know.
And anyway, they had stuff. It was a huge, big layout. And the thing that was interesting, they had airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
And the airplanes would fly along, and they'd dive, kind of go down like that, then they'd go up again. And they were on pulleys, and of course, on cables. And whatever track they ran on up above went up and down. That's what made the airplane go up and down.
Was that HO scale in those days?
No,
or
I
something
think they were
else?
O scale.
Oh, O scale, okay.
Yeah.
About the big bridge and the trains and
Well, when they built the San Francisco-Oakland Bridge, the lower level of it was the railroad and trucking. The cars, private automobiles, went on the top deck, but the trucks were on the lower deck, and the railroad. I'll tell you a funny story about the bridge. When I got discharged, I went over to Treasure Island, and that's where they had they did all the processing for discharge. So the first day I was there, a guy picked me up because I had my sea bag, and he hauled me in his car over to the barracks, and it was a little Crosley. They were a little small automobile. And he said that he was going to go into town and wondered if I wanted to go into town too. And I said, well, I'll go into town, and there were some things I could do in San Francisco. And his wife was there. And we got on that little Crosley and got on that bridge, and the little Crosley was very, very small. And, and I said, boy, this is horrible up here on this big bridge and all that water down there. And I said, what happens if you get in a wreck with these things? And he says, oh, you don't get in a wreck. If you get hit, they just kind of bounce out of the way. Now, there's more to the story. The next morning, they had everybody was out there, and they called off the names to see if you were there, and guess what? He wasn't there. And here he came about an hour or so later, all bandaged up and everything, looked at me, and he looked at me, and I said, what happened? He said, it didn't bounce.
Oh.
He got hit in an intersection.
Oh my goodness.
What part did the railroads play with Alcatraz in the Bay Area?
Nothing that I would know of.
They actually never took the passengers off the train. They had a barge.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you mean the prisoners and stuff they would bring
The
in?
prisoners, yeah.
Yeah,
They would
yeah.
actually take
Yeah.
the whole rail car.
Yeah,
over.
well, yeah, well, they
Oh,
did
I
that a
see.
lot, a lot of prisoners went by trains. They had special units. U.S. Marshals would go with them on the coaches and things. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
What year did you get out?
Well, I swam away.
You're the guy that ended up on the beach.
Yeah, I was one of the ones that swam away.
From Hollywood, it's the Steve Allen Show. It's Model Train.
Watch your head. There you go. Is it train time?
Well, it is, Steve, and the man responsible for this great layout here is this gentleman who is the former president of the National Model Railroad Association. His name is Leighton Keeling.
Could one go to a store and buy this, or is this quite an unusual setup?
A little bit of both. This represents both scratch-built and kit-built equipment as well as ready-to-run equipment.
What's the brand name involved, if any?
A number of them. We're not plugging any particular brand. This freight train, for example, here is composed of both ready-to-run cars as well as kit-built cars.
These seem a bit smaller than the ones they used to have when I was a boy. By the smaller, I mean the tracks and, therefore, of course, the
I
cars.
think your glasses are dirty.
Really?
No, actually they are.
What's a duck under? The tunnel?
This is the way you get in and out of this type of
Oh, that's
thing.
what I had to do, a duck under. I see.
Dorothy Lamour did a better one.
You are, as it has been pointed out, past president of the National Model Railroad Association.
That's right.
How many people are affiliated with that association?
About 14,000.
Wow. Are they all in the business, or are some of them...
No, this is strictly a hobby.
Pardon me. I cough. I see. This equipment, it says, is being provided by a hobby manufacturers association. I see what you mean, and private hobbyists in this area. What kind of a setup do you have in your own home?
I'm building now. I don't have anything, but we will have eventually a place 15 by 40 and filled with this kind of equipment.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a poll. We have 400 people here in the studio at the moment. How many of you have ever had any kind of a train set of your own in your home? Would you applaud, please? How many of you have never had a train set of any kind? Would you applaud?
The crane operates very much in the same manner that the real one does.
Should we bring a car around so you can dump it into a car?
I just as soon not. I'm not too adept at this.
Can you pick up a little dirt?
I haven't lately.
Well, take a crack at it then. There it goes. There's a car right next to it, and boom.
Did you drop a cigarette?
No, but I see smoke.
The house on fire.
Look at this. Can you see this house here? Yeah, this house is burning.
Well, we'll call the fire department.
Now, can you see this? Our gang didn't know what was going to happen, so they're having trouble getting these shots. There's a little fire truck right there, squirting water into that flaming house. Isn't that clever, Billy? That's wonderful. Gee, they got the furniture out in the lawn already and everything. And here comes a little insurance man right here. What are these things here?
That's a, excuse the expression, satellite car.
Why should we excuse that expression? I find it, because compared to some of the expressions I've heard on this program tonight, I find it singularly unobjectionable.
Well, it really isn't obscene, except in the minds of some more serious-minded model railroaders who wouldn't be caught dead with a satellite car.
I see what you mean.
I might get caught dead with it before the night's up.
Now, first, you'll see the smoke start to come out here.
Like most older places, it takes a little while to warm up.
What's your home?
What or what or where?
Both. Or make it easy on yourself.
I live in Tustin.
In what?
Tustin.
Oh, really? The fire is, that's pretty wild. Wish you could see the color.
I think the expression is crazy. That's a...
Watch it now. Closer shot, maybe? Go down to that. Yeah. Follow it again. Something else is going off, I think. If a fellow wanted to set up something very much like this in his house, what it would cost him, or do you know? Somebody said there is $45,000 worth of equipment here?
Here in the studio, it's not all right here, but 20,000 up here.
I see. Or a log train, you say?
A racing log train right at the moment. This is pulled by Shea locomotives, which are geared engines. The camera can probably pick up the gear side.
What is that word?
Geared.
No, I mean the Shea.
Shea, named after the man that designed the motive power.
I see.
It's primarily used in the heavy timber country where the grades are heavy and the curves are tight.
This is all really scale model stuff, isn't it?
That's right.
We lost the power with it.
We've lost the power.
Pull it. Just to pull it.
This is very embarrassing, fellas. We're on national TV.
There it goes.
There you go. Now you can stop it by twisting it back.
gun, Steve.
Huh?
Give her the gun.
Give her the gun? All right, here she is.
I don't think that's what he meant. Now, don't go past that little, don't go as far as you want to go.
Why is that?
Well, that's all we can control from this position. Now
Oh,
you
I
can back
see.
it up if you like.
Back it up. Whoop. There it goes.
All of this is done on the basis that there's a little Walter Mitty in most of us, and we always like to visualize ourselves in the right-hand side of a cab.
I see.
I don't think the real engineers have this much trouble.
This is a hobby which all children, all men seem to enjoy. There's that standard American joke involving the father bringing home a set of this general sort for the child, and then the child never getting at it because the father is playing with it all the time. Fascinating. Can you buy miniature mountains of the sort that we have? Oh,
Well,
that's set up back up there.
No, actually, Steve, you can, I suppose, but this is all handmade, and we've left a piece of it open here. See, we were leaving it open to show you how the scenery is generally constructed.
You use regular door screening?
Window screening. Maybe you use that kind on your doors. I use it on my windows.
All right. First things first, you're right. That's it. You see, you can see right through that. That's screening. And then how do you get the...
Well, that's built up with wire form underneath. As you notice, this isn't color TV, but the screen is copper in this case. We used copper so that we could solder the pieces together and solder it to the wire forms. Mm-hmm. It makes a lighter weight assembly, and weight was a problem here.
What do you make your little green trees out of?
Some of them are actual twigs that are coated with sawdust-type material. Some of them are plastic, and some of them are lichen. That's a Norwegian-type moss that is treated and colored.
There's an interesting little train going past in front of us here. What is that?
This is an excursion train. These people are on their way, I think, to see the Steve Allen show. I thought you'd have a bigger audience than that.
There's one up there behind us, too. And you can hear all the people laughing on the excursion train.
It's been running around here. I hope people looked. Or do you mean you and me?
Well, either one. How many train setups have we on the stage here, all set up on the tracks, I mean?
Well, there's about 8.
Now, get a load of this little thing here. What's that, the Tunerville trolley?
That's the Tunerville trolley.
Oh. That must be Tunerville over there. Tunerville trolley. That was the Jolly Green Giant that grabbed it there. What is this?
Well, that's the model of a car that runs on the California Western up north near Fort Bragg. It's called the Galloping Goose, or Skunk. Yeah, Skunk.
Skunk. It's half train and half bus, sort of, isn't it?
More or less, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's built on a Mack truck. That is the original was.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Let's see what it tells us. That means we'll be back in 120 seconds. Well, Mr. Keeling, thank you so much. Our thanks to you and your colleagues for setting up this wonderful model train display for us. It was great fun.